Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome, welcome. Let's see what we can do here. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. Happy Monday. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for watching. I gotta get just the creepy hugs. I'm so used to saying it all.
Say whatever you want.
Just creepy hugs is what I'm trying to.
Yeah, you're not required
program
to
in, yeah.
say or not say anything.
Right.
And Mary Santora is here, too.
What up?
And Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
What a weekend. What a weekend. Is it raining now? Is it still raining? Is it
Yes.
raining again? Is it? All right, well.
Yes to all of them.
Yes to all. If you want to join us, do. 216-578-1007 to get to us telephonically. 800-348-1007. You want to send me a text. 35192. As always, is that number. You can leave messages on the iHeartRadio app. A lot of you prefer to do that. If you want to leave us voicemails, a little bit more long-winded, don't worry, I can edit you down into something listenable. The After Hours line is 216-986-8903. Despite its name, you can use it anytime you like. I got a lot of voicemails from Jenna over the weekend. None that I'll play for you. A full, probably 90% of them was that. So I don't know why she was so consistent with the growling and the yelling. A lot of that, literally. So anyway, the reason I ask if it's raining because I had to, I needed a machete in my backyard yesterday. Every single day over the past couple of weeks, we were in, first we were in Arizona for spring break, but that was a couple of weeks back. And then I had to find a time where it wasn't raining so that I could mow my backyard, which was getting to be like shin high, which is ridiculous. I'm not going to go out there and I'm not going to mow it soaking wet. I'm not going to do that whole thing. A friend of mine was telling me about a lot of people are doing no mow May, M-O-W, no mow May, as a way to help whatever your local ecology is, right? So if you drive past someone's house, and I'm not just talking about people in the sticks, I'm talking about people, they don't care about their lawns, right? Or else they have a giant riding tractor that mows a massive lawn. And for people who want to maybe improve their local ecology, they want to get things a little wild in the back 40 to help the bees and the butterflies and all that. No mow May is the thing that's going on.
Bees need help. Bees are important, I'm told.
Yeah, listen.
What everyone says.
Read an article on colony collapse and you'll jump out a window.
I just read the headline. That was good enough.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah.
I don't care. Get rid of them. Get rid of them all.
And why?
Because I hate bugs.
Well, bugs are one thing. Bees are another.
Nope.
Why do
hate
you
'em all.
get them all? Okay.
They're bugs.
Well, listen, Poundcake's out there, and he
He's on an island there. He's like,
he's doing his own thing.
I don't need plants. I don't need breathable
That's
air.
okay.
They're bugs. Forget
That's
'em.
right. He's not apiary cake.
Mm-hmm.
He's Poundcake.
I tried to be nice. I tried to be nice to the spider that was hanging outside my garage. I was like, okay, hey, spider. Like, he has his space. I have mine. It didn't disturb me in any way. And I was like, I don't want to kill something that's outside because that's its home. And then it got a little cocky and it covered the doorway to my garage to where I couldn't get in. So you
realize there are bees that eat spiders.
Well, they didn't do their job, so all the boys would get rid of them.
But I would think that you would be, so out of spite, we should hasten the bees' extinction from. Okay. I was just saying, if you're anti-spider, you might be more pro-bee.
But they always say that. They say bees eat spiders, spiders eat bugs. And it's just like
the
one
circle of life. That's the part of the ecology that they're trying to.
where they're not eating enough bugs.
They're not doing them fast enough for you, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Why wouldn't you just go up and grab the spider and get it out of your?
It was outside, so
It was
But it was somewhere where it bothered him.
It didn't bother me at first. It was underneath like a lantern that's on my garage. I was like, okay, listen, I don't want to mess with bugs outside because that's their home, because I definitely don't want them coming inside. If they come inside, they're dead. So it didn't affect me in any way. I just looked at it, made sure it stayed in its spot. But then, because I didn't kill it for a week, it started getting fatter. It started eating a lot of bugs, and it got fat, and it got big, and I think it needed more space.
You were really keeping an eye on this thing.
Yes, because I had to go in and out of my garage door. And so the last night that
Were you worried it was going to leap off onto your face, or what was your primary concern?
I didn't have a concern that it was going to do anything to me. I didn't want it covering the doorway, and that's exactly what it did. It got in the doorway, and to the point where I had to duck going in and out of it. I was like, okay, now you got to die. So I
couldn't just get rid of the web?
Everything went. I exterminated it with a big jug of bug spray, and then I got a broom and knocked down its entire web, and I had to make sure it was dead. So after I
why not relocate it?
I dropped a rock on it.
But I mean, why not relocate it?
No.
Relocate it to hell.
I'm not going to do that.
You're not going to throw it in the backyard?
It had its chance. I gave it, stay in your spot. This is your square. You got this square. Couldn't honor the square, so I had to take you out.
He couldn't spare a square.
Honor the square.
He didn't have a square to spare.
I felt really good about it. I was like, okay, I'm coexisting with creatures outdoors.
But you're not, because you mean before you destroyed it with a rock?
Before I destroyed it with a gallon of
But to you, coexisting means as long as they don't get in your way.
Correct.
Right, that's not coexisting.
That is coexisting.
It's not. Coexisting is when you coexist.
We were coexisting until he ruined my doorway with a spider web, and he was in there.
I see. So he broke whatever social contract you had with the spider.
Correct.
Even though you were the only one that was aware of it.
Because he saw me as I walked in and walked out. He knew.
Well, plus you're bigger now. You're hard to miss. You're all bulked up.
Okay, I thought you was calling me fat. I was like, how dare you?
No, you're bigger. Aren't you bigger now? How'd you do that?
Oh, Orange Theory Fitness.
Isn't that how you did?
My arm
Is
just
he
goes
bigger?
up like that,
right? You got the traps and the delts and everything? I mean,
you can see his biceps through his sweater now.
Well, those are the glamour muscles, though.
Right,
I'm talking about overall. Yeah, see, he's a bigger dude now.
Pecs.
So listen, the bottom line is spiders beware, because a big Cody Brown is out there, and he's gunning for you with a can of spider spray. He calls it a jug, but it's probably a can.
I'm still scared of them, though.
Yeah.
Muscles don't do anything. They literally are glamour muscles, because it's not like I'm going to do anything with them. They're just pretty.
Well, I ain't sticking to no mow May. I had to go over my backyard 3 or 4 times, just to various levels on my lawnmower, just to chop the goddamn thing down. No, yesterday.
So you're good for no mow May, because today's May. Yesterday wasn't May. You can get one in before May.
But what I'm saying is I'm not going to not mow my lawn the whole month of May. It's not going to, I'd have neighbors complaining to the local constabulary if something like that happened.
It's a white neighborhood for you.
I'm out there and you know where I am.
Tell you what, I love those videos where the guys go and fix up someone's lawn that's in just completely ignored and completely overgrown, and they'll clear off the sidewalk and do all the edging and everything, and it's a bunch of power washing and all that stuff. I love watching those videos. Now, if I had to actually do that stuff, I'd be like, no way.
Well,
but I'll watch it in a 2-minute video.
Yeah, I mean, I do all that stuff, but again, it's not great for it looks cool, but for people who are letting everything grow to kind of help the pollinators, it's got that's not all that great. But anyway, it's I can't do no mow May. What, are you kidding me?
Can't do no mow May.
No mow. I gotta take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where the pictures will present themselves to you, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device.
turned Damon's life upside down. Listen to Sanctum Unmasked on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite shows.
Pop quiz. How much crap can 270 minutes hold?
It might be crap, but we love it.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I never understood the Toynin Boynin thing with John Fogerty, but there it is.
It's Toynin Boynin.
Toynin and Boynin.
Toynin and Boynin.
Proud Mary, written by John Fogerty. Massive, massive hit for CCR. And, of course, covered 1 billion times, most prominently by young Anna Mae Bullock, Tina Turner, Ike Turner. They did an amazing version of that early on. Poundcake was posting a lot of photos. He went to that Tina Turner thing at Playhouse Square over the weekend.
My God, it was amazing. Amazing. Probably,
I heard it's a real good show.
I've seen a lot of, thankfully, I have my position here on the show, and I've gotten, perks to go to Playhouse Square quite often to see shows. This was probably my number one, my new number one. Aladdin was number one. I already liked the movie, and I liked the play, but this one, just the stage effects, the singing, the talent. They even got the girl to look and sound like Tina Turner. It's just, fantastic.
They put her in a wig, and she's off to the races.
But it wasn't just a wig. Like, her voice, the way she moved.
Yeah, right.
Like, it was, and the stage setup. Like, it was just, you really felt like you were watching.
You really felt like she was in danger when she got off stage.
Right. Well, what I read is that they didn't delve too much into the personal aspect of Ike and Tina Turner, and that's the most interesting part.
Well,
is
it's
how
been
she
covered already.
Huh?
It's been covered.
Well, so's her music. I mean, what are you going to put in a live? I mean, again, I heard the show's awesome. Huh?
You got to go to the play and see.
I'm not going to go. You went. I'm talking to you about it.
Okay.
I don't need to talk to you about it if I'm going to go see it. What I'm saying is I'm curious why they wouldn't have made it equal parts of music and the behind-the-scenes stuff.
But they did.
They did?
It's like 2 hours, I think, because we had reservations. We had to push our reservations back for dinner like another half hour because we didn't realize it was that long. But yeah, it's like 2 hours, and they actually established a little bit of her personal life that I didn't catch in the movie because I always thought that her mom wasn't shrimp in the movie when she gave away her location when she was running away from Ike. And now I get more information from the play that her mother was like that her entire life. She actually befriended Ike. And
the mom did?
Yeah, Tina Turner's mom, Anna Mae's mom, befriended Ike more so than her own daughter. And that was established. So when she was on the run, she was like, this man takes care of you. This man did right by you. He discovered you.
Oh, he took care of her all right. Yeah. She didn't even go to his funeral.
I just watched that movie for the first time last year, I think.
The Angela Bassett movie?
Yeah. And I was astonished at, not just how much violence there was, but, how long those scenes went on.
Who was it, Larry Fishburne in the movie?
It was Lawrence Fishburne and Angela Bassett. And they have full-on, matches. It feels like you're watching a John Wick movie.
And it went on for 18 years. That's why they didn't cover it, because, you can't even, the public wouldn't believe that a human being, let alone a black woman, would put up with that for so long. And it was entertainment and no one said anything. So that's probably why they didn't dwell on it. It wouldn't be believable. Tina Turner said that herself.
I remember all the people who got up at Ike Turner's funeral were all dudes. Guys like Phil Spector and Little Richard, guys are like, Ike Turner was great. But saw that movie or the play. So there were no fisticuffs in the play.
There was some fighting.
Oh, yeah.
So they allude to it, but they don't focus on it.
No, they fight. No, they fight.
Yeah.
They fighting. It was ding, 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 and it was on. They was fighting.
So what they did? They rang a bell, and then they came right out?
Yeah.
That'd be great. In this corner!
Yeah, I don't know who told you that, but they're
I just read a review, and they said that they were surprised that they didn't go into more of the personal stuff.
I don't know what
it was a glowing review of the show. They just noted that So I that's why I was asking you if it was mostly music or what they did.
I feel like it was a great balance of everything. I don't think they didn't dwell on it because there was so much more to her than the violence. But yeah, they touch on that. They touch on her family life, how she met Ike, or what her relationship with her mother, how she. There's a lot of racism. Like obviously it was in the South, but like just amongst like. It's so weird.
In the 50s and 60s.
Yes, but it's so weird hearing
a lot of racism now.
I know, but I'm not used to seeing white people in front of a bunch of people say the N-word. Like I'm just, it still is jarring to me. I know that people say it, but when I hear it out loud, I'm like, okay, all right, you got one time. I know you acting, but don't get too comfortable. You don't be rehearsing that word.
Too comfortable.
You better, the first time you say it,
well,
all
that's
night,
historically accurate.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't want you rehearsing
Go
that
out to
word.
Ashtabula County today, and it's historically accurate.
You better say it live.
Hey, a big Herb walks by, or a little Herb walks by, you might hear it.
When you rehearse, I want you to say N-word. Don't you dare say the actual word. It better be live.
Poundcake wants to censor history. He's way into that. How did the McBoyfriend like it?
Loved it.
Yeah.
We were listening. Oh, well, I can't say that without giving it away. Okay, never mind. But he said that there was a song that she was going to play it. I was like, no, she's not going to play that song. Or like, it's a musical. But I was like, that's just like, that has nothing to do with the story. I was wrong. they played it. And he looked at me. I'm like, all right, you're right. You're right. But.
Where'd you guys have dinner after? Someplace fancy?
Yeah.
Marble Room?
No, we went to is it the Centro? It was in the 9. That
yeah, Centro. I went there a couple months ago. It's very nice.
Oh, it was real good.
Very good.
But we were there, they were pretty much cleaning up. They were mopping up by the time we got there.
That's on the east side, Alan.
Yeah, right over here on the east side.
It's on the east side. I was like, I'm not venturing over here that often.
But the west side of Playhouse Square.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we...
Did you guys had fun?
Yeah, we walked over there and we got food. And yeah, it was a nice evening.
Well, good.
I felt very bougie.
I saw the photos, and I was like, ooh, Poundcake. Actually, Gwen showed me that. She goes, Poundcake's having a good time. I said, well, yeah. He's got a new boyfriend.
I'm going to go back and take my mom.
He's got some arm candy. Oh, you're going to go again? Take your mom?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Alan, I saw the Tina Turner show last night and the Mary Santora on Friday.
I was out in Sandusky on Friday.
That's what she said.
Yeah. It was good.
I felt bad for her, is what it says.
Oh.
The rowdy crowd?
I didn't think I did poorly, but apparently this person.
Well, I think.
I thought it went fine.
Well, no, not that you did bad. So it was a rowdy crowd.
Not really. I mean, they were like, they definitely like dirtier stuff. Like they were really, and the opener that I brought, John Armstrong, can be pretty dirty. So it was a little bit of a shift from when he went up to when I went up, but I thought it was a good show. Isn't that always great when you're like, yeah, it was a great night. And they're like, oh, man, I felt bad for her up there.
Well, because of the crowd, yeah. I mean,
but what I'm saying is that I didn't think the crowd was bad.
Oh.
I didn't think that it was a bad crowd at all.
Well, the audience will always have a different perception than the performer, right?
Yeah.
And vice versa, you'll come off and go, that was amazing. And people go, eh.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't know. You never know.
No, it was a good time. Yeah, this is, it was through a booker that I don't work with often because he offers pretty terrible gigs. They're usually like, $200 and no hotel in Texas. And so he has people who work all over the country. So I usually only work for this guy when it's pretty close to home. And this was my first weekend home since the middle of January. So I went to Sandusky Friday. Saturday spent all day with the stepkid. Sunday we did a bunch of running around. But yeah.
Dude, I could not. The video you showed on your Instagram of her room, her playroom. Oh, my God. No wonder no babies.
Well, here's the thing. So I have literally not been home on a Saturday in 4 months. And so Brian wanted to do some gardening on Saturday. So I took the kid to gymnastics, and then we went over to my sister's house. I picked up my nieces. So I spent.
Oh, he wanted to do some gardening alone.
Yes. He has not had a Saturday by himself in 4 months.
Gotcha.
So I took the girls. I went and got my nieces. We hung out all day. We were at my sister's house. We went to the playground. We went out to eat. We cooked. We did 8 straight hours with 3 girls under 10. And
they're all probably in heaven.
They were, honestly, so here's the thing, is that usually at some point during the day when the 3 of them get together, there's fighting. Well, like inevitable bickering.
But they're little kids, too.
Right. But there was none. We had like a perfect day on Saturday. Everybody got along. We were all hanging out. We were having fun. We were being silly. And then in those hours, Brian spent 8 straight hours in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, dude, he didn't take a break. He didn't have water. He didn't pee. He didn't eat anything. I was like, bro, you have got to do something. And he's like, no, I just
Does he have a sign in the side of the house that says garden?
No, but did you get to see the picture I sent you last night to
The
the group
laundry
chat?
room.
The laundry room
We got a
picture.
laundry room sign that says laundry room.
Oh, that's a new sign.
That's a new sign. We just got that yesterday.
How's anybody going to know what to do in here if there's just a washing machine and a dryer, honey?
No one will know. It's next to the sign that says keys where we hang up our fishing lures. But so he had his, I was like, dude, you got to take a break. Why don't you finish it tomorrow? And he was kind of saying the same thing you were, where he's like, oh, it's going to rain all weekend. I just want to get it done today.
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah.
that's right.
So he did. And then he takes a shower and he comes in and he has like a quarter-sized blister in the middle of his right palm. And I was like, yeah, dummy, you've gardened for 8 hours. What did you think was going to
He didn't wear gloves?
He did.
Oh, yeah.
But when you're doing it for that long.
Yeah, you get that. He popped it right off, right?
Pat popped it. It's big, open, gaping wound. His hands all wrapped up. I was like, what?
Well, he didn't tear it off. He just took a pin and popped it, drained it.
No, he tore the skin
Oh,
off. Because
why?
it was already torn.
Oh, I see.
He was not in good shape after 8 hours of gardening. He couldn't walk. He couldn't sit down. His back hurt. His legs hurt. I was
Wow.
he was like, well, I haven't had a Saturday for. I was like, yeah, but you didn't have to do it all at once. I'm home all summer long.
Well, you never know when you're going to get it again, so you kind of got
That's
to
his
blow it all
point.
out in one shot.
Even today, 2 days later, he's like, dude, my legs hurt so bad. He's like, I can barely walk. My legs hurt so bad. I was like, yeah.
He's got the yard crouch.
Yes, exactly. He's walking like a 90-year-old man with
Yep.
a walker.
His hammies are burning.
But the girls destroyed Blake's playroom on Saturday because there was a part where I was cooking dinner. So they were in the back room just playing. And then I came in Sunday morning and I was like, I couldn't even believe that this much damage had been done. It looked like they took every single toy box and just emptied it.
It
all
looked like
over
you
the
guys
floor.
were like evacuating for like a hurricane.
Right? Like you're just trying to
everything you
grab
can.
grab
That's what it
any
looked like. I'm
clothes or
serious.
shoving things in a bag. I don't know if it's still up on my story or not.
No,
No,
probably
because I
not.
did it yesterday afternoon. It took me 2 hours to clean this playroom. And we only get her on weekends, so it's, it usually stays pretty clean, but the three of them. At one point, I'm cleaning up the playroom. There is a pile of cut up socks. And I was like, first of all, who went into they're my socks. Who went into my drawer and got these socks? Second of all, why are you cutting them up? My niece goes, we needed to make doll clothes. I'm like, yo, there's doll clothes everywhere. Like literally the entire floor is covered in doll clothes.
Yeah, but now they got more.
Well, yeah, you cut up my socks. You gotta go buy new socks now.
That's diabolical. They went into your room.
My niece, my 11-year-old
Who would
niece.
think to grab socks and cut them into doll clothes?
I think because of the size and the shape, they could wear them as like dresses.
Well, no, I understand
maybe.
the proportions, but for a kid to go, my aunt has socks
The 11-year-old
that I could cut up.
She's the.
I would have been furious.
Well,
That's
she's
insane.
the
She's feral.
Is that Mary Santora?
Yeah.
She's the one who gives me a bunch of crap. She's her own human with a lot of attitude. And I'm like, you know what? They at least weren't socks that I wear all the time. They were like higher running socks that are too tight on my fat ankles. So I was like, all right, if she was going to cut up any of them, I'm kind of glad she grabbed these ones.
Also, that's not good fashion.
What? Higher running socks?
No, like sock dresses.
doll fashion.
Yeah, like
doll fashion.
Like, oh, what are you wearing?
It's a schmuck.
This is a yellowed old running
They were
sock.
black.
Yeah, even still.
But either way, yeah, I'll see if I don't think I saved the video. If I did, I'll repost it to my Instagram. But it was truly, when I opened the door to that playroom, and I should have known because the door was closed all day. And I was like, oh, they don't want me to see something. But I opened it. Now, I was truly at a loss for words. Brian came in there yesterday, and he just goes, what are you doing? I was like, I've been standing here staring at this room for like probably 5 straight minutes because I can't even figure out
I don't know where to start.
Yes.
I don't know where to end.
Yes.
I've got $1,000 to give to you here. It is your last week through Friday night to grab some of this money, so don't let it sit there. It's a courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I was so pleased last week to see a Poundcake-ism out in the wild.
Oh, yeah.
Always nice.
Could not have been happier. It's nothing he's ever said, but it's in that vein. And I always think of him. As soon as this woman said it, I grabbed my phone and Gwen goes, you're sending yourself a note, aren't you? I said, you bet your ass I'm sending myself a note because I will forget it. It was middle of last week. Our daughter plays soccer and she's preparing for swim team, which is this summer. And so we went to a brief orientation meeting with parents and the people who were going to be running the swim team. And one of the girls, as she's explaining the logistics of, filling out your meet sheet and all this kind of stuff. My older kids did a swim team when they were younger, so I kind of know a little bit about the logistics of it. But anyway, this one girl said, "We don't want any of this to fall by the waistline."
Yes.
Instead of wayside.
Fall by the waistline.
And I've never heard that before. I thought it was an amazing take on a phrase that I sat there, I was like, that is amazing. And it was something that I would have expected to hear from young Cody Brown. But I don't even know that he would go that far.
Nah, no wayside.
Obviously things process differently in people's brains, but I love it. Falls by the waistline, which means no one has ever, the same thing we've said to Cody over the years, 1 billion times. That means no one has ever corrected you. When he says something, we go, no one has ever told you that that's not right. Mm-hmm. We sound like dicks when we tell you, we're making fun of you, but we're actually doing you a favor. So I wasn't going to horseshack this lady and shoot my arm up or anything, but boy, I made myself a note. Damn straight.
This isn't something that happens on this show, because I can't remember the last time I've been nervous on like talking on the microphone. I don't really get nervous here unless it's like a live read or something like that. But there are times if I'm doing public speaking, that I will get nervous mid-sentence. Like I'll get on the mic and I'll be talking, and then I'm like, oh, there's a lot of people here and they're all looking at me. And then I'll get nervous and then I'll say something that is like my brain misfires or something like that. So that may have been what happened to her, but like.
No, she didn't seem nervous. She's a swim coach. And she's talking to, which I'm sure she's done hundreds of times before. Talk to parents about here's what's going to happen, this and that and this and that. There was no nerves whatsoever. She and a couple of other people. And when she said, we don't want any of this, this stuff can get complicated, and we want to make sure it's easy for you guys so that nothing falls by the waistline.
Maybe it's an inside swim joke.
Yeah, maybe it's like something you have to tie
An
around.
Inside swim joke.
Like, everyone's wearing, what, a bathing suit or Speedo or something? Fall by the waistline?
Yeah, that's the part where they start in the pool, in the waistline section, because they're not ready for the deep end.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then I stand corrected.
I think she just messed it up. My girlfriend called a fire extinguisher a fire hydrant the other day, and I thought that was the funniest thing. I was like,
but that's just a brain fart,
right?
Isn't it?
But it was I thought it was funny, and I was like, oh, what? And she's like, you know what I mean. I'm like, yeah, but I want to make sure you know what you mean. And she got very upset with me. Like the way, like with my tone.
I've got a grease
fire.
fire.
I know what it is.
Where's the hydrant that I usually put underneath the sink?
Can't get the
for
hydrant.
Just such an occasion. Hey, Randy.
Hey, Alan, thanks for sharing that pound cake. You can't take those for granted.
Certainly can't.
Yeah, so you're talking about Ike and Tina Turner. Yeah, Ike really, to say he tarnished his legacy is the understatement of the century. He had some real accomplishments. Not only, was he known for, being a really talented, singer, songwriter, guitar player. He's on arguably one of the first rock and roll records. Jackie Brenston and his Delta Cats, March 1951, recording of Rocket 88, is not only considered one of the first rock and roll records, but it's one of the first, if not the first record to have a distorted guitar on it, because they dropped their amp off the back of their car and it ruptured the speaker cone, and they liked the unique sound and they kept it.
Yeah, listen, there are no shortage of musicians of that era that would go to the mat for Ike Turner. But the funniest thing about Ike Turner is how unrepentant he was when somebody would bring up Tina Turner years later. He was never like, I really thought about it and it was a different situation. He was always like, I was just trying to get the bitch to sing right. He was never apologetic at all. Sometimes you need to kick an ass to get, She would just double and triple down on that. And yeah. Thank you, Randy. There's Randy out in Kent with some
Randy!
Jackie Brenson and his Delta Kings, Ike Turner and the Kings of Rhythm for people that were into that kind of stuff.
I just want to get the bitch to sing right.
That's what he would say.
Get the right notes, bitch.
He'd be sitting there with like Barbara Walters or something, and he'd be like, I just want the bitch to sing right. It was like he never, ever. He was never apologetic about it. And that's why she didn't go to his funeral. She's like, I haven't talked to Ike in 35 years, and I'm not going to now. The guy's been dead 15 years, probably. And, geez, who could blame her?
I know we got to go to break, but I just love how unbothered by this Tina is. Like, she is not even thinking about America.
She's living in Switzerland with like a billionaire husband or something.
She's in Zurich, in a castle. She's like, yeah,
Dude,
y'all make a play about my
life. Life, though, isn't it?
Don't bother me.
Make
She's
all
80.
your money and then just move.
Yeah,
She doesn't
she's-
need any more money.
Yes.
She lives in a country with health care.
Her whole family's
you know,
dead.
right. Screw it. Go live your life, dude.
She zoomed in to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony. She's like, hey, thanks for putting me in this. I'm going to go back to my living room here in Zurich.
Her husband is
See you when I see you.
Her husband is the head of EMI, which is the biggest record label in
It's one
the
of them.
world.
Yeah, it's one of them. I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192 to get me there. You can watch at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WM.
Breakfast deal, Wendy's. Quality is our recipe.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey. It's time to give stuff away with Alan Cox.
Hey, were you a Creed fan but just couldn't stand Scott's Tap? Well, you're in luck. Alter Bridge. They got a lot of years under their belts now. It's just Creed without Scott's Tap. Miles Kennedy in the front spot there. Alter Bridge is going out again on the Pawns and Kings tour. It's a great lineup. Seven Dust is with him. And Wolfie Van Halen, his band Mammoth WVH. Whole thing will go down Tuesday, August the 8th at Jacobs Pavilion. You can go to AXS.com for tickets, info, whatever else. Want to go see this tour? Alter Bridge in the headlining spot. Good luck, caller 10. These are yours, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? Because we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text. Guardians kind of up and down weekend in Boston. They took one from the Red Sox. On when did they win? That first one of three. They won on Friday, Saturday, and yesterday. Red Sox ended up on top. The Guardians will head down to New York to play the Yankees. That is a 7:05 first pitch tonight. Here on MMS. Tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday is the series against New York, and then they come back home to play the Twins on Friday. So 7:05 tonight, right after we roll out at 6:30, is when the Guardians pregame will begin, and as today is now May, there's a brand new promo code over at CLE Clothing Company. That code is POOF, P-O-O-F, and that'll be 20% off whatever you get from them, whether it's some retro Buzzard merch or everything else. They're always dropping new pieces over there. It'd be damn near impossible to do a little bit of shopping at CLE Clothing and not walk out with something. So whatever you do, just use POOF, either at the desk or online, CLEclothing.com. Another opportunity for you to get dinked down, if that's something that appeals to you. There's a return of Engelbert Humperdinck on the All About Love tour. A lot of his songs have love in the title. He is all about love. And it was a good few years ago that we really got into getting dinked down. And
he had nothing else going on.
What's that?
Because there was nothing else going on. He was like, wasn't he like the first person to come back after COVID, or was that pre-COVID?
I think that was pre-COVID. I think we talked about getting dinked down pre-COVID.
And then we talked about it again because he has done a tour since.
Has he? He's come here since then?
Yeah, I think he was here like last May or something.
Well,
it was the old studio. I remember that.
Yes. So that would have been at least before August of last year. Coming up on a year in these new studios.
That's crazy.
Engelbert Humperdinck out at MGM Northfield Park Center Stage on Saturday, October 21. And they'll go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. I'll tell you a wild thing as I was reading the program. My daughter, who is a freshman, finishing her freshman year at Michigan State University. She's at the College of Music there. And she's a vocal performance major. And so Saturday night was their final orchestral performance of the year. Somebody fart? Smells like farts.
No, I got food.
What do you have?
There's
So it's pre-farts.
Pre-farts, yes. Mm-hmm. It's a cider steamed vegetables that has.
What is it? You brought it in here?
What do you want me to do?
Put it in the kitchen, man.
Front door's closed. I either come back late or I bring it in here. You want me to go put it in the kitchen? I'll go put it in the kitchen.
You're bringing steamed vegetables in the studio?
Well, they're going to be in here for 20 minutes. It's not like I'm going to stomp them into the carpet.
I'm not worried about the carpet.
Forever.
Worried about my nose, man.
Oh, my God. You're so dramatic.
Oh, this guy over here with the steamed vegetables. They go in the fridge, homie. Thank you. I'm over here. I'm rapping with my audience, and it smells like a wall-to-wall farts.
Listen, it's broccoli. You like healthy food.
I do, but I don't
thought
like
you
how it
would
smells.
Enjoy the aroma of health and fitness, but apparently you don't.
You brought it in here.
Listen, I was coming
Every
back.
other place it could have gone.
First of all, our front door has been closed for 2 years.
What does that have to do with anything?
So I have to go around the back, and their printer didn't work, so they had to make my.
Wait. What does our entryway being closed have to do with bringing your steamed broccoli in the studio?
Because listen to me. When I went, I ordered it, so it was ready for pickup at 2:40, right at our break time. So I could just walk over, pick it up, bring it back, right? Well, they're like, hey, our printer didn't work. We didn't get your order. So they had to make the order on the fly. So I was already running a couple minutes behind. So because the front door doesn't work, I had to go all the way around the back. And then I came in right as we were coming back from the break. So I just brought it in with me instead of stopping at the kitchen out of the way.
Listen,
and then
you
coming
have every right. In the case of steamed broccoli, take a couple of minutes and walk it over to the kitchen. I'm telling you right now.
Okay.
You have my blessing to do that. Because otherwise, I'm just going to assume that Squire's over here farting.
He might have been, and it could,
but
right,
he would cop to it.
I claim my farts. I'm a fart claimer.
But what I'm saying is,
but
you
he doesn't
could
offer
now.
the information. So if I had asked and he said, he would have said yes. If it was him and I asked, and now
Everything was working against me in that last break. Okay, their printer was down. The front door is closed. I didn't want to be disrespectful and come back late.
Right. When did you eat breakfast?
I ate breakfast at like probably 10:30.
All right.
Yeah. I know you think I wake up at 1:15 every day.
I don't know when you wake up. I
But
assumed that you would have eaten the steamed broccoli closer to lunchtime.
Well, this is my lunchtime.
Right. That's why I asked when you
'Cause,
had breakfast.
Yes,
Yeah.
my breakfast is usually between 9:30 and 11, depending on when I wake up, and then lunch is during work.
You got a wide range there. Yeah.
Yeah, lunch is during work, and
Yeah.
then dinner is at like 8 o'clock at night.
All right.
I apologize.
No.
for the
Listen,
stench.
you do not have to apologize. It was the elephant in the room, and I wanted to know what it was. You have my full-on blessing in the future if somebody's running late with your order, right? I'm
Sure.
dead serious. So he's late with your order?
But only if it's broccoli or cauliflower
Well,
or
if
Brussels
it's gonna
sprout.
stink If up it's the anything, room, it's yeah. gonna funk up the room.
I didn't think it would be that bad. To be honest with you,
You
I
didn't think that steamed broccoli
I didn't think it'd be
in
so
a closed environment like a studio would be so bad.
Would you like me to go find air freshener?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
No.
Because it might not dissipate.
It's okay. I just wanted to know what it was.
Do you want me to fart on top of it?
No. On the broccoli or on the scent in
Well,
here?
just to really
Both.
give it a smell of farts.
Right, yeah.
What if you could make your fart smell like anything? What fart smell would you go with?
So every time you farted, it smelled like anything, like you had to pick?
Yeah.
My favorite candle, which is lemon lavender from Yankee Candle.
Lemon lavender farts.
That would be great.
All right.
My answer. This is a question my girlfriend was asking over the weekend, and my answer was
She knows her man.
Yeah, right.
Was she's like, what do you want yours to smell like? And I said piss, and she's like, what? I'm like, yeah, it would really throw people off. They'd be like, did someone pee in here? I'm like, no, it's a fart.
Wow. All right.
And it just really,
They have the weirdest pillow talk over there at Squifle Tower.
No,
For real.
that was green room talk,
Ah.
and it just really. Because everybody else had to answer like Mary, where they want to smell like something nice.
Yeah.
I was the only person that was like, I'm gonna go the opposite direction, just make it smell like the other side of your
Worse.
body. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know about worse, but different, like not good. But it's gonna, I still want farts to smell bad.
I think the pee smell is worse than farts because
pee-
farts
I
are in
feel
the
like-
air. Farts will dissipate. It's annoying for a little while, but pee is
Pee sticks around.
it sticks around. It's in the
Why does your
fibers,
guys'
man.
pee smell?
It's
I feel like my pee doesn't smell unless I have coffee.
it will after you next time you have asparagus.
I don't eat asparagus.
Why?
I don't like it.
You have steamed broccoli.
Broccoli doesn't make my pee smell.
That asparagus works fast, boy.
Yeah,
I
asparagus
don't
is
like
like
the-
You have
instant.
asparagus for dinner, and like 35 minutes later, you're having a whiz, and the whole bathroom smells like
The
asparagus.
night
I
we
don't
went to go
like-
see Tina, we had asparagus.
And
I
your
don't like
pee
the taste
smelled
of it.
probably by
By the
midnight.
time I
didn't
got
it?
home, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not even appetizing to me.
All right.
Asparagus is pretty good.
Asparagus is delicious.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like it.
When made properly, it's just like steamed carrots and steamed broccoli. I don't like them if they're too mushy, they're not good.
Yeah, a little
But if-
crunch.
But if they're steamed just right, Same thing with asparagus.
Anyway, I digress.
Engelbert Hunkerdink.
I didn't know. No, my daughter's concert at Michigan State on Saturday night, and it was a 2-hour affair. There's an intermission. I don't get home till like 3 a.m. And so one of the conductors is this guy named, I want to get his name correct, Octavio Massarocas. I don't know if he's Brazilian or Portuguese or something like that, but he's got like this wild curly hair and a very, very thick Brazilian accent or something like that. Anyway, all of these people who are conducting at a place like for one of these concerts at Michigan State are very, very accomplished people, right? They've all over the world. So I'm reading this guy's CV because he comes out and he's doing his thing, and it was this amazing piece that this guy conducted that my daughter is one of the vocal parts of. And I felt really bad because as I'm reading his CV and all the places that he has been the musical director and the conductor, one of them is the Mansfield Symphony of Ohio.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
Who, now mind you, when I say who knew Mansfield had a symphony, there's going to be a lot of people screaming at me because it's been around since like the 1900s or something. But I didn't know Mansfield, Ohio had a symphony. You ever been to the Mansfield Symphony?
I have not.
I bet
I'm a
Dick
symphony
has
guy.
from Dayton.
You think so?
Or is that too far away from
Too far away from it.
No, I didn't know they had a symphony. I know that. I don't even know. What's the difference between a symphony and an orchestra? Brass instruments? Orchestra is all string, right?
Not necessarily. No, I mean, you
Does
can
an
have
orchestra have brass in it?
Yeah.
No,
I thought orchestra was
I
like
think it's just
brass.
a symphony orchestra. I think it's just.
No, I thought it was a type of music. Like an orchestra is string and wind instruments.
A
and
symphony. A symphony is a composition, and the orchestra are the musicians who perform it. So if they have like
Wait a minute.
The Cleveland Orchestra are the musicians. The symphony.
But you don't.
Is just that.
You don't say I'm going to see the Cleveland Orchestra play a symphony. You
Yeah,
say I'm going
you
to
would.
see the Cleveland Orchestra.
You could though.
Yeah, but you could.
I
and
just
it'd
didn't
be
know
right.
that. I didn't know that there was a. That's why they'll be like it's the symphony orchestra, right? Some of them it's just orchestra. Some of them it's symphony orchestra.
So it has nothing to do with the instrument.
Well, let me read this to you. An orchestra, because you might be right as I dig into this. Orchestra is a group of musicians with a variety of instruments, which usually includes the violin family. A symphony orchestra has both the number of players and types of instruments required to play a symphony. So it is a composition, but you're going to have, like for instance, one of the pieces that was done at this concert on Saturday night was just the strings. It was the strings accompanying the vocalists. Anyway, I didn't know Mansfield had a symphony. And this guy's like all over the world. He's doing stuff. And this is the 2017-2018 season. So Mansfield, whoever's running your symphony, you need to update your website because it said, please welcome our new conductor. And it's the 2017-2018 season. But this guy all over, New York and London and but he was the orchestra director and the conductor at the Mansfield Symphony Orchestra in Ohio. And I had no idea that they even had one there. Because how big is Mansfield? I don't know how big the city has to be to have.
I don't know. They just have a prison. That's all I know about.
Right. Because I was mentioning this to my daughter in the car, and she's like, oh, that's pretty well. I go, yeah. I said, remember when we went to, years ago, I took them to the haunted house.
Mm-hmm.
I said, remember we went to the haunted house in the prison? I go, that's Mansfield. 47,000 people. Okay, I didn't know it was that
big city.
Didn't know it was that big.
That's like the size of Illyria.
So, congratulations to the city of Mansfield. Again, a lot of people were aware of the symphony, the orchestra there. I'd never heard of it.
Now,
so I'm watching this guy do this amazing work. I'm like, wow, the people of Mansfield, if they were paying attention, had access to this dude. You doing what?
I'm down a whole rabbit hole of symphony. Like, there's a whole world out here. Like,
yes, there is a whole world out here.
But I'm saying,
do you think they build those giant stone buildings because it's a fleeting trend?
not even a fleeting trend. I'm just saying that there's like everything I click, I'm learning more and more. Like they have movements.
I
And
hope
what
this
the hell
Mozart guy is going to take off.
He might, maybe not in his time.
Yeah.
But like,
that's why there is like music theory And it runs pretty deep.
Well,
that
I've heard
classical
all of these
music.
I've heard all these terms before, but I didn't know what they meant. Like a movement is like a song for a symphony, and symphonies usually only have 4 movements. But a concerto is only 3 movements, and a symphony is 4 movements. There's so much terminology.
That's one thing.
Well, a Bill Squire movement's going to smell like pee. Hey-oh! Because it's, if he gets his wish.
If I get my way.
You ever see him rubbing a lamp, you know exactly what's coming next. It's a pee fart. No, but this piece that this guy conducted was by this French composer named Ravel, who is, in the grand scheme of things, a pretty modern guy, even though it was in the 30s, because the rest of them are like Mozart from the 1500s and whatever. But it was a phenomenal performance, and the last one of the year. And as I'm sitting there listening to this, because obviously I only go to these because my daughter's performing. I'm not a symphony guy. I've never been to see the Cleveland Orchestra. I've never been to Symphony Hall. I know.
Time.
I think about our own Bill Squire, who's very cultured and has gone to Blossom to see them perform. I've been here for 13 years. I'd never been out to Severance Hall. And as I'm watching this, I'm like, I could put on one of those tuxedo T-shirts and go watch this occasionally.
Yeah, but you're a guy that loves to get dressed up and fancy, so I feel like do you even own a tuxedo? Like I feel like you own a tuxedo.
I have 2, because you got one for daytime, one for nighttime. You can have a nighttime.
And what are you, a farmer?
It's after 6 o'clock. Why are you wearing a tuxedo? No, I screwed that up. Why are you in a tuxedo? It's after 6 o'clock. What am I, a farmer? Alec Baldwin on 30 Rock. Yeah. But you're not required. Again, this is a town where people show up to the Marble Room in a Browns jersey. So, it's always better to be overdressed. But I'm sure there are plenty of people at Severance Hall who aren't in tuxedos.
Oh, absolutely. But, if you're going to do it, it's not a bad idea to go all the way.
Yeah.
That's one thing I regret about changing high schools is that I couldn't continue with orchestra. It would just be too much.
Your viola?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I played viola for 3 years. I was invited to continue for high school, but I would have to leave my last period early and then go back to the high school and play orchestra, and it was just too much. But orchestra was where it was at. We went on all the cool trips. We had the best teacher. People in orchestra are just smarter. They just are. And no, it was fun.
Alan, did you see the pic of Colin Jost rocking some CLE clothing? I did not.
Oh, yeah.
He went to Kent, right? So
Colin Jost?
Didn't he?
No.
He didn't go to Kent.
No. He went to Harvard, I think.
Oh.
He's from Staten
He's
Island.
got some...
Yeah, he went to Harvard.
But he's got some ties to Northeast Ohio. I don't know what it is, but he's...
Your homie probably gave it to him.
Well, I know, Steve Burns' buddies with him. And I think Beater's buddy was with him. I don't know how they all.
I'm
know
sure he
each
has
other,
plenty of
but
connections. Yeah. No, I did not see that. That's cool though. I'm going to take a break here. I will have, if you're a fan of Parkway Drive, this show is presented by 2 Hours to Midnight. Brand new metal show here at MMS. Parkway Drive is coming to Cleveland. On the Monsters of Oz tour, it's Parkway Drive, Amity Affliction, North Lane, and Make Them Suffer. You got to wait till end of September to see the show, but I'll have a couple of tickets for you after this break, and then another $1,000. Last week for keywords, but still plenty of them between now and Friday night, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie coming up.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Windy with occasional light rain showers for your Monday. Highs in the 40s. Showers, possibly a thunderstorm tonight with lows in the 30s to near 40. Tomorrow, more on and off showers. Highs in the 40s.
This report is sponsored by Bob Evans Restaurants. It's strawberry season down on the farm. Bob Evans' new spring menu is packed with so many fresh berry choices, starting at just $6.99. It's farm fresh, from the crate to your plate.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation. What great news from Window Nation, right? Over the course of the weekend when it was raining so much, all I could think was all of these places I've lived as an adult, earlier in my career. Ratty apartments, terrible windows. You end up with condensation, possible mold, right? You don't want to underestimate that. Might not be something you're primarily concerned with at your home. However, If your home is a little bit older, brand new windows can really make the joint look nice. And with Window Nation, you're paying 0% interest for 5 years. They'll give you, first off, 2 free windows for every 2 you buy, and no interest at all for the life of your loan. 5 years. You're comfortable year-round. Your energy bills drop. Your home value goes up. And, of course, they look great. No shortage of styles and sizes currently from Window Nation. Start at windownation.com. Get that in-home consultation. These are expertly installed, so they do it right the first time. Call and talk to somebody if you want. 866-90-NATION. Just make sure that you give them my name, because they're not going to do this for very long. Just say, Alan Cox told me about it. 2 free windows for every 2 you buy for your home. No limit. And 0% interest for 5 years from Window Nation.
Smooth skin begins with hydrating ingredients. Olay Hydrating
Join me, Carly Shortino, as we explore how this debaucherous Hollywood empire was built and how it ultimately turned Damon's life upside down. Listen to Sanctum Unmasked on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite shows.
Give stuff away, time to give stuff away, time to give stuff away, give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Parkway Drive, headlining the Monsters of Oz 2023 tour, presented by 2 Hours to Midnight here on The Buzzard. Parkway Drive with the Amity Affliction, North Lane, and Make Them Suffer from Australia. It's going to all go down Friday, September 22nd, out at Jacobs Pavilion, AXS.com. Ticket info, whatever else you want to know about the show. But a pair of tickets for Parkway Drive and Company. Caller 10. These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
We now return to something barely worth your time. Already in progress.
The whole thing is f***ing pointless.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192. Want to send me a text? There's another $1,000 for you. On the way at 3:30. Last week for you to grab some cash courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. The very last keyword you'll get is probably Friday night with Corey Roddick. So all this week, you will have plenty of opportunities between Rover and Stansbury and me and Corey to get yourself some of this money last minute. So listen for each and every one of these keywords. If you haven't won yet, there's still plenty of time for you to do it. So the next one here in about 7 or 8 minutes to do that. Guardians play tonight. They finished the weekend series against the Red Sox in Boston. They finally got a win yesterday. They would have been swept otherwise. So they head down to New York to play the Yankees tonight. That is a 7:05 first pitch here on MMS.
I thought they won Friday, not Saturday. Or not Sunday.
Yeah, they won the first one. Sorry, not the third one. So tonight, 7:05 on the Buzzard. Guardians Yankees. Who's the guy that the Yankees kept and paid a ton of money for?
Pedro Pascal.
Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge, that's right. There you go. Hey, congratulations to our buddy Roy Wood Jr., by the way, who killed it as the entertainment, the host for the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
That's awesome.
This is I was driving back after my daughter's concert on Saturday night, and it was being aired on satellite. MSNBC has a satellite channel, and it was being aired there. And so I was listening to the replay around 1 a.m, and I was just, I texted him. I said, I hope everybody was as uncomfortable as it sounded like they were. Because for people unfamiliar with it, White House Correspondents' Dinner, it's where all the media types get in this big room. And the president makes some remarks. They always have a host. I think Jost has done it. A lot of people have done it over the course of the years. Colbert's
Michelle
done
Wolf's done it. Colbert's done it.
Ja Rule's done it. What? Oh, Michelle Wolf.
Michelle Wolf.
Yeah.
My question is, why do they keep asking comics to do this? Like,
because they keep accepting.
Unless that's what they want. Because comics like Michelle Wolf or Roy Wood, those are people who are not shy about their political beliefs.
No, that's what they want.
Or that is what they want.
It's supposed to be everybody poking. Yeah, because they poke fun at whoever the president is, and Biden's sitting right there, and they jab him. But I like the cutaways. If you watch any of it, and you can find no shortage of, I think CNN.com might have a whole lot of them, the video portion of it, is they'll cut away to the people he's making fun of. And this isn't a thing, it also kind of just underscores the fact that whatever kind of cable news you're into, whether you like CNN, whether you are a nonstop Fox News watcher, whether you watch MSNBC, whatever silo you find yourself in, all those people want to be invited to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. So it's the Fox News people hooping it up with the CNN people. I don't think Don Lemon was there. He made a lot of Don Lemon. I don't think Tucker Carlson was there. I don't know if those guys had gone in the past, but they would cut away to a whole bunch of Fox News people, and they were laughing their asses off. Mm-hmm. There are actors that are there, too. I think some years ago, Kim Kardashian was there, to no small amount of fake outrage. But Roy Wood had some great lines. talking about Tucker Carlson, talking about Don Lemon.
The untouchable Tucker Carlson is out of a job. Yeah. Okay. Some people celebrate it. But to Tucker's staff, I want you to know that I know what you're feeling. I work at The Daily Show, so I too have been blindsided by the sudden departure of the host of a fake news program. Don Lemon released a statement saying he got fired from CNN. Then CNN released a statement saying that they offered Don a meeting. They had to part ways because Don Lemon can't even accurately report a story about Don Lemon.
Now, some of his stuff flopped, obviously, but that's not his fault. That's the crowd's fault.
That's what I always say.
I know you do.
We should be inspired by the events in France. They rioted when the retirement age went up 2 years to 64. They rioted because they didn't want to work till 64. Meanwhile, in America, we have an 80-year-old man begging us for 4 more years of work.
Boy. That's a great joke.
I love that.
Yeah.
We should be inspired by the events.
Same one. Yeah, so he had a lot of good stuff there, and I love Roy Wood Jr. He's great.
Oh, he's great.
I think that he should be the host of The Daily Show. You know, they've had after Trevor Noah left, they had a whole, they still have a rotating list of hosts that they're going to, I think, wrap up this fall. They were going to spend the better part of a year having celebrities and comedians and whatever. And each one of the Daily Show correspondents gets a week. Desi Lydic just finished hers. Klepper had his. Roy Wood had his. Obviously, we have some personal bias toward Roy Wood Jr., but I think he would be fantastic on that show if they decided to go.
Because he's so funny
like
and he's
him.
so damn likable.
And he's so smart.
Yeah.
That's what I like about his comedy the most.
You never see it coming.
Yeah, it's like right there. It's a very man, why didn't I think of that? Like he just puts things together in a way that no one else does. Big fan of Roy Wood.
Happy to be here. Oh, real quick, Mr. President, I think you left some of your classified documents up here. You can get to don't give them to him. I'll put them in a safe place. He don't know where to keep them. But y'all look good, though. I've been watching and looking around all night. Y'all look good. You dressed nice. You got the nice threads on. You got the jewelry glistening. Look like everybody got a little piece of that settlement money from Fox News. And that's all I have to say about that, because I'm not going to have Dominion on my ass. I love Dominion. Matter of fact, let me just say right now, my favorite voting machine is Dominion voting machines. When I go to the polls, I make sure it is a Dominion machine that I use. If your election needs the truth, put Dominion in your booth.
And he does a callback later on because Fox News is also being sued by Smartmatic voting machine company. And so he does a callback with doing another ad for Smartmatic voting machines. If you want the truth, need them in your booth. Hey, Ricardo.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
How are you?
Good. Mary, how are you?
Yo, what up? I'm good.
Mr. Bill?
Hey, there it is. Hi.
Hey, real quick, this is amazing. So the musical director for the NSO, the National Symphony Orchestra, secretly was lending the orchestra, the instrument director, 300 to 400-year-old violins and violas, just to shape from without the artist knowing, just to shape the sound of the orchestra itself. Like he was swapping, basically lending a $5 million collection secretly for years to shape it to sound what it does now for the past 4 or 5 years. This guy, Gianandrea Noceda, you should take a look at him. He's amazing.
Well, these were, Ricardo, weren't these instruments that he had in his own collection?
Correct.
Yeah.
And then he was giving them to the instrument director, and I thought it's brilliant.
But you also have to hope that no one drops your prized violin.
Right. There's a loaner contract basically with the artist, and it's a year to 2 years, and there's a lot of claptures and there's a lot of things, but they were just basically you go to play, you go to practice, but you don't take it home.
Right.
So it's a well-regarded thing. But I thought that it was a really cool thing that this guy is implementing, based on to how deep orchestras and symphonies can get.
Yeah, if you want it to sound the way you want it to sound, you got to get in there. You got to shape it.
Yeah, 1600s violins from the 1600s, and then that does it, right?
Right.
But anyway, thank you very much, guys.
All right,
Love the
thank
show.
you, thank you,
guys later.
Ricardo.
Bye.
All right, there you go. There's Ricardo dropping some symphony knowledge on us. I got $1,000 here for you to win some money courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Very last week to do this, but plenty of chances between now and the end of the week. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's Bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
If you want to leave us voicemails anytime, day or night, you can use the Alan Cox Show After Hours line and drop them there. It's 216-986-8903.
Alan, Calvin can't listen on the podcast to the Sum Up Show on Friday. It's one of the segments you guys are talking about cremation and all the things that go along with that. I was on Reddit and saw a thing that was what's something that's true but it's really uncomfortable. And one of them was that your bones are always wet, which I feel like is weird and somebody should think about.
Yeah,
I guess I wouldn't have thought of it, but your bones are always wet.
We all got wet ass bones.
Yeah.
Gross.
Well, you got a problem with a wet bone, Mary?
Yeah,
Hey-oh!
Okay, yeah, I
feel like it's weird and somebody should think about. The other one is that made me really uncomfortable that I think the world should know is during the cremation process, there is a point in time where you are perfectly well done. Just think about that. Love you, bye.
Probably only for a moment because it's so hot.
Yeah, only for a moment, and then you're overdone. Listen, I watch Yellow Jackets. I know how this works.
When we had my dad cremated, I asked the guy because my dad was big. He was just under 400 pounds. And I was like, hey, what size urn do we need? Like, do we need a giant urn for him? And he goes, no. He was like, the fat melts away, and then it's just bones. Your dad, I know, he was talking to me like such an idiot. He was like, big boned isn't a real thing.
I was going to say, that's how you know being big boned is a crock of crap.
That's what he said. He goes, it's not. Everyone's bones weigh about the same based on your height. He goes, you need a regular size urn. It'll fit.
You thought it would be, and again, people grieve in different ways, so Mary's head wasn't right. But in your mind, you were like, it will take his entire mass and condense it into ashes.
Because you're not thinking of it as
bones.
Just being bones.
Yeah.
You think that there's going to be ash from the entire body. I didn't know it was just bones.
I didn't know it was
turned to
either.
ash.
Because literally everything else melts away.
I was going to say, but your skin, we've talked about the guy in the back seat of the car. We've talked about people melting away numerous times in this
but
show.
you don't really think about, it's just a new thing to think about when you...
Yeah, it's just, you're not ready for it. You're not ready
I would
for
have
those
had the
kinds of
same
things.
question.
Really?
I think, yeah.
Well, because I was like, I don't know. Like you said, you're grieving. Your mind's a cloud. You're not really thinking super clearly. Because I was like, well, we would need a giant casket. I know that. We would need a huge casket if we're going to bury him.
Well, that's it. You put the whole body in the casket.
Right, but so I'm thinking along those lines,
Yeah.
You could probably just be like gaudy and get a big ass urn, though, if you want to.
Well, it's going to go in the ground, so no one's going to see it anyway.
Oh, well, then.
We didn't have his urn. Did we have his urn in his thing? Maybe we did. I don't remember.
I just last week saw a photo of my dad's gravestone because they don't put them up right away.
They have to wait 6 months for the ground to settle.
Well, something. Well, it's probably something along those lines.
That's what they told us.
This June will be the first anniversary of my dad's death, and I hadn't seen, because the last couple times I've been out to the grave, there's a marker there, a little thing, but the gravestone not there yet. And it's obviously, my mom and I were texting, and she goes, have you seen the grave? Because I told her I would pay for the gravestone and the engraving and all that. And she said, have you seen it? And I said, no. And I guess my sister had taken a photo, and so I hit her up, and I go, hey, send me a photo. And there's something very off-putting about a brand new headstone.
Isn't it?
It's super glossy, so it's like my sister's taking a photo in a mirror. It's so reflective. And it's got all the engraving for my dad, and then my mom but there's no date. It's only a birth date for my mom. There's no death date. And it was, so I haven't been out there yet to see the headstone, and I know it's going to flip me out when I get out there and see it.
Is there room for your mom's new husband's?
Shut up, Bill.
Did you guys?
He's going to be buried with his former wife, I have to assume, but my mom's not dating. Shut up with that.
So on my dad's headstone, we opted for a picture of him, which once we saw it, I was like, that might have been a mistake. Because it's just like, it's a picture.
Not an engraving, an actual,
a photo. Like,
because they can do amazing things with headstones now.
Right, like a color photo that we
Right.
sent them, and then they like digitally printed it onto the headstone. So now when you go see him, you're like, it's like him. You know what I mean? Because there's a certain amount of cognitive dissonance where it's like, okay, well, this isn't really my dad. You know, it's just a headstone, whatever. But this, you're like, when I go to talk to him, I'm like, oh, this is like fully your face.
Does that fade, or do they have like technology now that it won't fade?
No, they said it's like, I mean, not laminated, but you know what I mean? Like, whatever they use is supposed
It's
to
like
last
UV
forever.
protectant. Yeah, okay.
mhm.
All right.
So the headstone is to mark what?
Where they are buried.
No. Your dad's in an urn.
Yes.
They buried the urn.
Buried the
We
urn.
buried the urn.
I'm sure we've talked about this.
So
do you have to
yeah.
hire, like when you're burying an urn, do you have to do like full 6 feet, or can you
The
just bring
cemetery does
Can you
it.
just bring like a garden
It's
shovel?
a
and do it on
union
your
gig.
own?
You gotta
Well,
pay
we don't
everybody
do
to
it.
do it.
They weren't like, hey, show up from 10 to 2 on Saturday with a shovel and you
I'm
figure
just like,
it out.
hey, we're gonna try and save a couple bucks here. It's what my dad would want.
Right. No, they take care of all that. I have no idea how far. Well, actually, yeah, because my brothers lowered the urn into the ground. But I don't know if it was a full 6 feet down. It was probably like 3 or 4 feet.
How unusual is that to bury an urn?
I don't know.
Because it seems like most people, they go one or the other. Like, we grew up Catholic, so my parents aren't into the cremation. I will be cremated, of course, but my mom and dad will be fully buried.
Yes.
My dad in the casket, lowered down, the whole thing. But my thought is always that people, when they're cremated, they're put on the mantle or something.
So what we
I'm
did.
curious how frequent that happens, that people buy a gravestone, which is not cheap. And obviously it's not, the whole thing's not as expensive because cremation's way less than all the rigmarole that goes with burial.
It was like $5,000 to get my dad cremated.
Yeah, it was like $20,000 tip to taint for my dad's whole thing. So like cremation is cheaper,
Then,
is what I'm saying.
depending on the casket you get, you could get a $85 casket at Costco if you want.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're going to get cremated, most people just go put him in this box. And
yeah. Shoebox.
Right.
Well, what we did, because we ordered his urn off Amazon. We just ordered a nice urn off Amazon. And then the crematorium, I think is what it's called, had what are called keepsake urns. So they're tiny little like 3 or 4 inch ones, and we ordered like 10 of those. So they were like, here was another fun thing that you're not ready for when someone dies. They're like, well, do you want to split up the ashes yourself, or do you want us to do it for you? And we're like, you do that. We don't want to be in the kitchen with a funnel trying to put dad into 10 different tiny urns. So we had like most of his cremains in the big urn that got buried, and then all my siblings and his siblings, like my aunts and uncles, got like the tiny little, with just a little bit of him in it.
My favorite part of shopping for an urn on Amazon, as I bring this up here, is this one offers free overnight delivery.
Just in case.
In case you really, really need it quickly.
I didn't get the urn. You were supposed to get the urn.
Because that's a thing now, depending on where it's coming from, or, a lot of times you'll order something and it's just coming from a local grocery store. You can get it overnight.
I get everything overnight.
You get up in the morning and your Amazon boxes are on the porch or whatever. These urns, there's a pretty nice one here for $69.
They're not expensive. Nice. I mean, they can get expensive depending on what you put on.
Here's an urn for $21.11.
Yeah, I don't care what you put me in a Tupperware. I don't care. I'm dead.
Tupperware. I mean, it doesn't really matter. That's the thing, is that he's dead.
When you go to pop the seal, some ashes come out in your face.
Makes a little sound still good.
Like air escapes.
Yeah.
Puffs it all up like a bag of old spinach.
Here's a keepsake large black marble urn with 4 small urns.
Yeah, some of them they do.
Yeah,
some of them they do like combo deals or whatever. But the guy at the crematorium told us about that because we're like, dude, we're not trying to sift this on our own. Please do this for us. This is what you do for a living, and it's not your dad. Like, that'd be great if you could take care of this.
Yeah, well, Cemeteries have a regular section, smaller plots for ashes. Okay.
Well, my
I guess I wasn't. I genuinely wasn't hip to like how common that is. Or
my dad's parents bought a 4-plot site, so one for each of them. I don't know when they bought it. I don't know how old they were, but they had 4 kids. So, but they only bought. So that would have been 6 total for the whole family, but they only bought 4 plots.
Mm-hmm.
So we buried my dad where my grandma and grandpa are buried. So there's only one left.
Gotcha.
I guess we could probably stack on top of each other if it's just an urn, right?
Yeah.
Like if his sister died, we could just put it in there too.
Yeah.
It's not a full casket. I don't know, but yeah.
So do they use, Mike and Parma wants to know, do they use a post hole digger? Just that to get the urn down in there?
Honestly, it was a small hole. We were afraid the little kids were going to fall in it because, like, if you weren't looking for it, you weren't going to see it. It's not a big, giant 6-foot hole. It was probably 2 feet by 2 feet, like a square, just enough to put the urn in, and then we all, like, walked by and threw the dirt on it, and then
yeah, sure.
We covered it up. It wasn't huge.
Alan, my sister had her horse cremated. And about 3 weeks later, she had a huge box delivered to the house with, that's a horse.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, those are massive bones that come out here.
Bones. You know what's spooky? There's 3 skeletons in this room right now. And they're wet.
Can you see them?
Well, then what does the phrase dry as a bone mean? Like a bone that's been uncovered and in the desert?
Yeah, a dried bone.
What about wet as a bone? I'm wet as a bone over here. I'm still alive.
Come on, man.
Shame. Wet as my bones.
Shame. It's raining bones out there.
Yeah.
Making bone broth over here.
That's
what I call the wet spot.
Bone broth.
Something wrong with you, man.
No, there's nothing wrong with it. He likes what he likes.
I call things what I call things.
That's right. It's live audio of Bill's girl.
Yeah. Welcome to the crematorium.
Oh, come on.
CREAM. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can listen live wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Snitcher, our video director, was in the bathroom with Keith, the head honcho, and while they're at the urinals, Keith just keeps pulling the handle to flush the urinal over and over and over again. Why are you doing that?
It's a sound deterrent. I don't like to do my business while standing next to Snitzer without some sort of sound.
Is it because you have a pathetic stream? Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
What's up, guys? It's Poundcake here, and I've come so far from my Orange Theory Fitness Transformation Challenge. The past couple of years, I've traveled quite a bit, and sometimes when I was out with friends, I'd get fatigued or out of breath, but not anymore. In fact, I lead the charge. I'm not afraid of an early morning jog up a mountain in Colorado. Bring it on. Thanks to Orange Theory's one-of-a-kind workouts, you're ready for any incline life may throw at you. Get it? Head on over to OrangeTheoryFitness.com and schedule your first workout today. That's OrangeTheoryFitness.com and tell them Poundcake sent you.
When you hear it's Spring Black Friday at the Home Depot and Ryobi 40-volt expanded cordless string trimmers are just $179, what are you driven to do? Clear out winter's overgrowth? Clean up the driveway lines? Or take a lighter touch around the flower beds. Hurry into the Home Depot during Spring Black Friday to get more done with the extended runtime and precision control of the Ryobi 40-volt expanded cordless string trimmer. Now just $179. Shop Spring Black Friday savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
At Domino's, we're so obsessed with pizza, we'll try to turn pretty much anything into pizza. Sizzling pizza fajitas, pizza milkshake. Probably not the best pizza ideas, but a great idea? Domino's new loaded tots. We bake our tots hot and crispy and load them up with melty cheese and delicious toppings, just like our pizza. From savory Philly cheesesteak to craveable cheddar bacon and mouthwatering melty 3 cheese, Domino's new loaded tots are just like Domino's pizza, only on tots. Can someone turn a fan on in here? Try Domino's new loaded tots next time you order.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Mr. Hero!
They say that time is of the essence, and at Mr. Hero, we couldn't agree more. Order online at MrHero.com and save time. Just select all your favorites at menu price, then skip the line at pickup. Your Roman burger or hot buttered cheesesteak will be coming off the grill so fresh, so hot, and so ready for you to devour. Curbside pickup is also available at select locations. You gotta get here, and we'll be ready.
Mr. Hero, it's a taste you crave.
Okay, true stories from Huntington customers with Annie.
You're a woman-owned business. You're growing. How does banking fit in?
Huntington feels like a part of our team, and when I got the news that we had gotten into our dream retailer, I said, Huntington is the reason that we can accept this contract. You allowed us to get here. It's something that Morgan and I...
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
Hey guys, it's Mary. Chipotle's got a brand new chicken al pastor that is truly amazing. It all starts with freshly grilled, juicy, adobo marinated chicken that's then mixed in a sauce of seared morita peppers, ground achiote, and finished with pineapple, lime, and cilantro to give it that right amount of kick and the depth of real, bold flavor you've come to expect from Chipotle. I added it to my go-to bowl, and it was the greatest parts of al pastor flavor done the Chipotle way. Try the new chicken al pastor at any Chipotle location or chipotle.com.
You don't need to get personal, like revealing orange juice commercials make you cry. To get the State Farm Personal Price Plan, just call or go to statefarm.com for a quote. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
If you're a Dunkin' Rewards member, Mondays might be your new favorite day of the week because every Monday in May, you get a free medium hot or iced coffee with any purchase. Not a member? Join on the Dunkin' app. America runs on Dunkin'. Limit 1 per member per Monday. Additional charges and terms apply. Participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Mom knows a good deal when she sees one, and she'd want you to shop Mother's Day at Meijer. Save on fresh cut spring flower bouquets, chocolates, gifts, and cards, and find everything you need to brunch the day away, from fresh fruit to pre-made dishes. Make a big deal of Mother's Day Sunday, May 14th. Plus, find the same low prices in-store and online for easy home delivery or pickup. Get more for your money and more for Mom at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
The auto show has driven off, but the excitement is still in high gear with zero down at the all-new Mazda of Kent. Mazda of Kent. Zero down, 0% financing, and best of all, zero dealer markup. Now at your Mazda destination, Mazda of Kent. Plus, maintenance is no charge for 1 year. Check out the new Mazda CX-5 crossover SUV, Mazda CX-30 CUV, and the new 2023 Mazda CX-50 crossover SUV with zero dealer markup, zero down, and as low as 0% financing at the all-new Mazda of Kent. Plus Mazda certified pre-owned with the balance of a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. The auto show has driven off, but the excitement is still in high gear. Zero down and 0% financing. And best of all, zero dealer markup.
Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Time to get stuck
All right, just announced this morning, Lewis Black is back on the road. Comedian Lewis Black, 2-time Grammy winner. Coming back to Cleveland, the Off the Rails tour is going to stop at the MGM Northfield Park Center stage on Friday, October 20th. These are not on sale until this Friday morning at 10 a.m., at which point you can go to Ticketmaster.com for whatever info you want. So I will have them for you all this week before that happens. You want 2 for Lewis Black this October. Always great to see him live. Be caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show. There's no news. Putting the me in lamestream media.
A lot of nonsense and fluff and sensationalism.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send a text? AlanCoxShow.com. To watch live, thanks again to Buff Blumpkert for helping out in the video department today. Much appreciated as May gets underway. Hey, Martina.
Hi.
Hi. What's up?
Hi. Listen, thanks for having me on. On the subject of cremation, unfortunately, I lost my mother not long ago and had her cremated because she was all about reduce, reuse, and recycle.
Yep.
And they make things that are biodegradable, urns, etc. And so had some of her cremains put in these biodegradable discs. Planted one with a tree for her. We're going to send one off in the ocean in Florida when we get down there, so she can have a little piece of everywhere that she loves.
This
so
was
those options are actually
Martina. This was here in Ohio.
Oh yes.
Okay. Yeah, because a lot of states, even the backward fantasy land of Ohio, everybody's kind of moving in that direction. There are a lot of states now where you can just plant somebody in mulch, biodegradable instantly.
What I want to be a tree.
Yeah.
Yep. So my mom's going to be a beautiful willow tree eventually. She's tiny right now, but it's going to grow.
Right. How old was your mom, Martina?
75.
75. Okay. Well, sorry for your loss.
And thank you. She was a wonderful lady, but, she didn't want to take up space in the ground, and this is how she wanted it to be. And it's an option that obviously wasn't available many years ago, but it's kind of a cool thing.
Yeah.
To,
Okay, thank you, Martina. I appreciate the call.
Tell us all about it.
I think, I do like when the thought of I don't want my footprint in death to be that big. I don't want to take up space in the ground. I'm fully on board with that. However, there is a lot of ground.
It's a lot of ground.
There's a lot of ground. Now, do I think that cemeteries are an archaic idea that should be abolished entirely? Of course I do. They should be dug up.
Where goth teens going to go to smoke clove cigarettes then?
All kinds of other places they can go.
It's their favorite place to go.
Well, barely anybody's smoking anymore. Even the goth teens. I was reading a thing this morning. Smoking is at its lowest levels, I think, ever.
Good.
They think that 1 in 9 people smoke now.
What did it used to be?
A lot. Back in the day.
1 in 8.
Back in the day, a lot of people smoked. But it's becoming
crazy when you watch old movies and everybody's just smoking all the time inside.
On airplanes, they
on
used to
airplanes and like hospitals, on talk shows, people were just out there talking to Johnny Carson, just smoking away.
You'd see him come back from break, and he had clearly taken a puff in the break because the smoke was coming out from underneath his desk.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's interesting in real life when you walk around and you see somebody standing outside smoking. Just anecdotally, I don't see that often anymore.
It's too cold.
I've never stopped anybody before. I mean,
never
it'd be
understood that. I'm like,
because you're addicted.
Yeah, I guess.
It would be the dead of a Midwest winter, and you used to see like a dozen people huddled out the back door having a smoke break. Huh?
They got those heat lamps that are.
They got a heat lamp in their lungs. They're not even out. I'm not talking about like the bus shelters. I mean people that used to just stand outside their workplace in the snow and having a smoke break. I just don't see. I'm sure it still happens, but I don't see that often anymore. Hey, have you heard about Buzzard Fest? Boy, this is exciting. We're bringing back Buzzard Fest. Well, I mean the royal we. The people on this show had nothing to do with it. We'll be there availing ourselves of the awesomeness of Buzzard Fest. But the last one was the year 2000. And so it's coming back this August 4th. It's a Friday. The tickets are on sale. It's Incubus and Live and Filter and Bush and Welshly Arms, Kaleidoscope Kid and Winona Fighter, who you might not be hip to, but they're really, really good and you're going to dig them. But I was reading, listen, I'm glad we're bringing back Buzzard Fest. Go to WMMS.com and get your tickets because they're going quickly. But there are no shortage of like full-on festivals that happen around the country, and some of them don't even make it into year one. They don't even make to their inaugural performance. Limp Bizkit, who I think they're one of the headliners for Incarceration out in the aforementioned Mansfield, Ohio. Limp Bizkit was going to be part of this music festival called Bamboozle. And it was going to be kind of one of those, the best festivals kind of cross a wide range of genres. Now, Bamboozle is not a new festival. It's been around for a minute, but apparently like new people were in charge or something. And so it was going to be Limp Bizkit, it was going to be Rick Ross, it was going to be Papa Roach. This is a big festival that's happened in New Jersey for a number of years. And the whole thing blew up like a week before it was set to happen because of people pointing fingers at each other. It was that Spider-Man meme brought to life. Everybody pointing at somebody else and saying that they're to blame for this thing not going off. And now some people are accusing the people in charge of trying to scam ticket holders. They said that when the early bird tickets went on sale, they said, hey, get these early because we're going to be announcing some more big names that you're really going to like. That didn't happen. And so it ended up being kind of a super pricey flop. They had people who had it's kind of, even though this had been around for a minute, people are trying to paint it as like Fire Festival Part 2. So maybe this thing will have a documentary about it.
That'd be cool.
People were paying $400 to $500 for 3-day passes.
Ugh.
And were very upset, saying that they'd been a big old bait and switch. Somebody started an Instagram page called Scamboozle. We have a lot of, it's right there. We have a lot of bureau chiefs there in the Garden State of New Jersey. Maybe some of them were planning on going this. But this is where, your cardinal sin here is when the people in charge double down and start mocking the ticket holders, when they get all pissed. And then the organizers get pissy. And they start publicly calling people names and, you ticket holders are effing clowns and things like that. And then, of course, they get in trouble. They go, I was just joking, man.
Everybody's so sensitive these days.
I was just joking. Somebody complained about the lineup saying that it was effing trash. And the Bamboozle official Instagram page said, no, you are. You really want to, that's how you ingratiate yourself with the people who are paying for the whole thing is to,
No, you are. It is probably just with the R, like
the letter U and the letter R.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, God. Because we're hip.
Well, I mean, in the interest of word economy, I mean, it's probably a social media intern just firing things off.
There was no, and then comma, and you are, or is it just no, you are?
It was N and a bunch of O's.
No.
And then the letter U and the letter R. That's when you really want people to know that they are wrong.
No.
The number of O's in your no is directly proportionate
To how wrong
to
you
how
are.
wrong they are. That's right. If it's N-O, you go, I think you're wrong, but you might have a point. If it's N-O-O, you go, I'm not buying what you're selling. If it's N-O-O, you're planting your flag in I'm correct and you are not. These guys used 4 O's.
They mean business.
What we call in the social media game a quad O. And they didn't take too kindly to that. Frankly, why would they? Nobody wants to be called trash when they're that was only 3. They're still on the fence. People are calling the whole ordeal horrible. So the guy said that, and this is also when organizers of these kinds of things that go south, for whatever reason, will always lie about how many tickets are sold. Now, we here at WMMS, in this room, have no idea how many tickets are already sold for Buzzard Fest. I don't even know how many
are available.
I don't know what the maximum capacity is, and I do that by design. I don't want to know anything about it because I'm not going to lie to you about it.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you, hey. Now, I will say, I do know that tickets are being sold rapidly. That's all I know. That's what I've heard. That's all I know. But I don't know what sellout capacity is. But this guy that was this latest iteration of the Bamboozle Festival flopped. He said, we've sold about 50,000 tickets, and they did an audit, and it was about 6,000 tickets.
Well,
so that's not, because you got to get permits and things. And
what are the chances this festival was never going to happen to begin with? It's called Bamboozled, which isn't that another term for being tricked?
You think they were telling you from the jump.
Right. Hey, this isn't real. We're bamboozling you.
Hey, you know why you guys are trash? With however many O's you want, you were bamboozled and didn't even care.
It's like right there.
Yeah. A lot of the vendors are pissed too. One guy forked over $10,000 for a cannabis booth, and now he can't get anybody on the phone for a refund. This is a guy who owns a small CBD store in North Carolina who was going to jet up to Jersey to be part of this. He said $10,000 will absolutely break me. Well, maybe don't give over your last, this all sucks, but don't give over your last bit of money. If you can't afford the $10,000, maybe don't give him your whole $10,000. But fortunately, around these parts, we don't have to worry about something like this. God, could you imagine if something happened, Buzzard Fest imploded like a week out? We're talking it up all summer. That's going to be awesome, man. And then something happens and due to events beyond our control.
And they literally are beyond our control. These are not things that we plan. But yeah, that would be not a good look, as they say.
Not a good look. But anyway, Buzzard Fest should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. I think Poundcake's going to be there. I think. Yeah. Okay.
It's too reliable.
Well, I'm going back to that. He made it very, very clear this past St. Paddy's Day that he might not show up. But I guess that wasn't a big enough deal for him. Of course, he did show up. He was here before I was, in his defense. But in the weeks leading up to that, he made it very clear that he was still on the fence. And so I was only left to assume that maybe it wasn't a big enough deal for him. Something like Buzzard Fest, where he can be running around with an all-access laminate.
VIP.
He'll go up there. He'll be asked to make a stage announcement.
I'll have a tab, probably.
Nope.
No?
He'll have not all access to the bar, homie. All access to the venue. It's going to be a stage in the middle of a ball field.
I was going to say, I feel like backstage we'll just have complimentary something for the band and stuff. I'm with crew.
For the band.
I'm with crew.
Why would you go and partake of the band's crafty? Why would you go back there?
Why would you even ask him that?
What do you mean?
Because you know how he feels about free food.
No. What I'm saying is there's probably going to be a staff table. Whoever's catering is going to do,
That's food. You just,
right, but you're not going to go and you're not going to eat Bush's Twizzlers.
He doesn't care who it belongs to. Cody's like in.
But I'm trying to tell him he should.
He's like in Billy Madison.
We have to be professionals here.
Who would steal 20-bag lunches from children? That's Cody, sitting there giggling outside of a school bus, eating Bush's Twizzlers.
Those field trip bologna.
Don't eat Bush's Twizzlers.
Those field trip bologna sandwiches hit different.
They do, though.
Don't eat Incubus's kale takeaway salads. Whatever we've got for these people.
I do want to say, I'm curious about their diet.
Don't eat Live's quinoa chips.
Why do you assume that's all going to be healthy?
That's what I'm saying.
These guys are rock stars. You think they're up there getting fat?
I'm like,
they got to run around. Have you seen Gavin Rossdale? Guy hadn't had a carb in 20 years.
I don't know know about that.
Like,
No,
your
you can
personal
ask when we
trainer.
get there.
I'm like, your personal trainer requested this food for you here? And he's like, what personal trainer? What are you talking about? like, I'm like, oh, I just assumed. Like, no, bruh. Like, we're normal people just like you. No,
Wait, who
you're
was
not.
that?
Anyone.
Oh, no, they're not normal people. That's the point. They are not just like us.
No,
They couldn't be more different than us.
Can I have one day out of my poor, pathetic, miserable life to eat like they do then?
I never understood why people were always constantly trying to convince other people that they're just like them.
They take out their trash just like you.
Louis C.K. used to have a bit about that. He was like, he was talking about how he was flying in first class. And he was like, yeah, I was flying first class because we don't have the same life.
Right.
Like,
and he's a fat turd.
Yeah, he's like, I make a lot more money than you. That's
Yes.
why I fly first class.
That's right.
I'm not going to try to make it seem. I know. And again, yeah,
They've
not a great
benefited
guy, but-
from a combination of immense talent and immense luck.
Right.
I was talking like Chad Daniels. I was like, where are you at next weekend? He's like, Skyline in Wisconsin. And he lives in Minneapolis. I'm like, oh, you could drive to that one. He's like, I could. But I'm not gonna.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not going to
Absolutely.
drive
Yeah.
to
Not
that.
even-
No, you operate at your level of perks, really.
It's like a 26-minute flight, but he's like, that's fine.
Poundcake is trying to purloin other people's accomplishments.
I want to eat like them for a day.
But you're not them.
You ever had step-up day in school?
I don't know what that is. I went to Catholic school. It was all step down.
Step-up day was when
It was you don't deserve anything because you're trash.
Was it step up to the streets?
No, step-up day was when the lower grade would visit the upper grade for a day. They would go to they would see the teachers. They would see what locker they would possibly
How many
have.
grade leaps?
It's just one.
Just one. So
Yeah,
basically
one grade. There is not one grade between Cody Brown and Gavin Rossdale. You're not in the 7th grade and he's in the 8th
Well,
grade.
it's leapfrog day.
You're
so-
in kindergarten and he's doing graduate work
at a prestigious university.
at a prestigious university.
Like if, oh, okay, well, I'll conduct myself properly like I always do.
That's all I ask.
I
As a
would like you to
representative
not.
of this program, that's all I ask.
I say get wild, get
I have
stupid.
a question. If Cody got thrown out of backstage, would he get fired?
No.
'Cause that's technically
No.
a work event.
I can't. No.
So I'm saying
Because
if he
they
was,
know that the biggest punishment they could get on him would be to ban him from the backstage.
like he's drinking someone's specific black cherry white claw that he thought was for everybody.
Like,
And
is that
person-
communal?
Yeah, if that person throws a fit and that he gets thrown out of the festival,
But there would
that
be,
wouldn't be fired because it's
there
a work
would-
event.
But there would be no reason for any of us to be in a band's green room unless we had an interview set and they were like, I don't want to come out there for obvious reasons. Can you guys come in here and do it?
Yeah, he gets invited
of course,
in.
And
absolutely.
He gets invited in.
He's like a vampire. You have to be invited in.
They see his traps and his abs, and they say, "You take your shirt off. You come in here, but don't touch anything."
Oh, I thought you meant actual traps that he's setting so they can get their
No.
food.
Yeah, I mean, it's CYA. Chances are, if I'm somewhere I'm not supposed to be, someone wasn't watching me. Someone just let their guard down. They weren't doing what they were supposed to do. They were looking at their phone.
Why do you have to be watched
I'm
like
not
a
saying,
toddler?
I'm saying maybe I got lost. Maybe I just wandered in. Oh, this isn't the WMMS green room. My bad. I just ended up in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that giant white sign that says Bush on the door.
Oh, Gavin.
I thought it was for people that have big bushes. I got a big bush.
I didn't.
It's
I thought
what my
this
big boyfriend likes.
I thought this was the gardening suite.
Yeah.
No, I won't lie to you, audience. This is part, as much as we're giving them a hard time, this is part of why I'm so excited about Buzzard Fest, is to see
how Cody
which
interacts.
social and professional norms Poundcake tramples on.
Oh, for sure. Because he doesn't know who any of these people are.
Yes,
And-
I've
and
already
to a
Yeah, he
certain
does.
degree-
before.
He knows.
To a certain degree, neither do I, though. So we could very well be hanging backstage having a conversation with someone famous. Cody say, Cody or me, I'll throw myself into this boat too.
You mean in preparation for this concert, no one would be doing any research?
I would rather not know.
rather not know
I would
what?
rather, so I don't get weird about it.
What?
If
Wait,
I'm having a
gonna be
conversation with
starstruck?
someone back, I have.
Why would you be weird about it?
Because I have a tendency to get starstruck. I know who I am.
Well, then you shouldn't be back there in the first place.
First of all, if I don't know who they are, I don't know if this guy's a drummer, a singer, or a roadie. That's why, dude, I'm not even lying to you. When I work in comedy clubs and I'm featuring, I don't even look up who I'm working with because I don't want to be weird when I meet them.
Well, then just don't be weird.
Won't you be more weird if
You're-
you meet like are surprised?
You're doing the same job as the other person.
So if you're working at a comedy club,
I'm saying that if I don't know who they are. The first time I worked with Dave Attell, I did not know who he was. I did not know how big of a deal
you
Dave
should be
Attell
kicked
was.
out of comedy.
No,
for
no,
that
no. But
sentence.
you you knew who he
for not
was.
knowing
No, I did not.
You had no idea.
had no idea
How
who
long had
Dave
you been
Attell
doing
was.
stand? Like 6 months?
No, I didn't. Here's the thing. I have never been a student of comedy. I'm not someone who
That's not the point.
I'm not someone who watched stand-up my whole life, and that's why I liked
But
it.
Attell is not some obscure dude who's doing
Okay, but-
the Ha Ha Shack in Columbus.
When
I mean,
someone
especially
is...
considering he had one of the most popular TV shows.
I didn't have cable
on
growing
Comedy
up.
Central when you were in college.
and drinking heavily.
I wasn't watching stand-up at all,
But it
ever.
wasn't a stand-up show.
The
Okay,
only
anyway.
comics I ever saw. But my point is that I feel like not knowing who people are makes me less weird around them. And then
So you've grown from not knowing who he is at all to blowing off your boyfriend when he calls.
correct. And I think that's fine.
That's Mary's evolution as a performer.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't think you have to know who people are in your field.
No, you just have to not be weirded out by them.
I don't do well around fame. It makes me feel weird because people...
But you're trying to become famous.
I know that, and that's why it makes me weird, because I want to ask them questions about how much money they have and how they got it and what their tour
But
bus
that's
looks like.
ridiculous.
But
you
that's
don't
who
have to
I
get.
am.
But well, be somebody else.
I can't. So
You
this
don't
is
have
why
to-
I don't look people up.
But
so
you
I don't act weird.
You don't have to get weirded out to not ask them what they made last year.
But my point is, it's like this: if I know I don't know how to swim, you're yelling at me for taking floaties to the pool. Like if I just don't look these people up.
No,
and I
you're trying to
prepare
run
myself-
somebody over with your boat so that you don't have to talk to them. Is what you're talking
Not
about.
even. I don't think anybody would be upset if I didn't. If I'm talking to them like a normal human being, I'm having a conversation like me and you are having, and they happen to be the lead singer of Incubus, I don't think they're going to be mad that I'm talking to them like a normal person.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I didn't know that you couldn't talk to someone. I didn't know you were incapable of talking to a famous person as though they were a regular person.
I can't, because I know that they don't have the same life that I have. So I'd rather not know what your life is like, because it'll make me feel weird to know that you are a literal multi-millionaire standing next to me. Not you, Alan. I know you're a
But
millionaire.
what is that? But yeah, okay. Listen, I don't know what's in your brain. I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying you've been in showbiz for a while now.
Yes.
You've been doing stand-up for 10 years.
11, but yes. I don't like knowing how big of a deal people are. I don't like knowing that. Because then, like I said, I feel weird because I know we have none of the similar experiences.
No, but
You're a
everybody
multi-millionaire.
at one point, but everybody started out in kind of the same way.
Not
Nah,
always.
a lot of nepo babies.
Yeah.
No, especially in music. Acting's one thing, but especially in music, comedy even. Nobody becomes a big successful comic because their dad was.
No, but
you still
their
have to be
families
funny.
are
No, not-
rich.
not their
Tons of
family.
comics are born. John Mulaney,
that's not the-
Amy Schumer, like
But
all
that's not
these
the
comics
point.
were born into wealth, have never struggled for money.
So it's not about fame, it's about
money.
poverty.
It's about money.
I see.
Knowing that someone has $200 million in their bank account makes me uncomfortable.
Probably not at their bank account.
Well, whatever. In their house, in their cars,
She
in
doesn't
their,
know what
In their
money
car.
works.
whatever. Just hang
I've
out.
got $200 million in my armrest.
They just keep looking over at their car the whole time Mary's talking to them. Why do you keep looking at your car? That's where I keep my
my
$200 million.
It's in an old Coke cup in my Honda Civic. All right, I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. Next chance to grab some money, 4:30. Next keyword courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free
in the end, it was just eyes wide shut that you could go to yourself.
Join me, Carly Shortino, as we explore how this debaucherous Hollywood empire was built and how it ultimately turned Damon's life upside down. Listen to Sanctum Unmasked on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite shows.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox, time to give stuff away.
All right, from the ashes of the Mars Volta comes the Mars Volta. Their first new music, first tour in about a decade, is going to bring them through Cleveland. The Mars Volta with special guest Terry Genderbender. If you know the La Butcherettes, that's Terry Genderbender. She's opening the gig Saturday, September 16th at the world-famous Agora Theater, AXS.com. For the details, tickets, all that. Want to get reacquainted with the Mars Volta? Here's your chance. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
I met Alan. Did you? I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
The window's dirty, the mattress stinks. This ain't a place to be a man. I ain't got no future, I ain't got no past, and I don't think I ever can. Yeah. Don't wanna stay in this
There's apparently a Polish horror movie called Hellhole on Netflix that is freaking people out, and I can't wait to watch it. You better tell Brian about this.
No.
How do you feel about reading horror movies? Because it's going to be
feel like anything.
subtitled. Now you sound like me and Bill.
I know, right?
I don't feel like anything. How do you like them apples?
Well, we had such a long weekend. We were going to go see that new Evil Dead last night.
I watched it. I was disappointed.
Really?
Yes.
That means we'll probably like it, though.
I love those movies. I thought the reboot 10 years ago was awesome. And this one feels very much by the numbers. I was underwhelmed. I don't know.
Well,
it wasn't bad, but I was like, okay.
We were out at the At Home in Elyria, and there's the Cobblestone Regal Cinema, I think, right there. I don't know if it's any good or not. I've never been to that movie theater, but we were literally across the parking lot. And
That's Sheffield Village? Is that where that is?
Yeah. And there was a showtime in like 20 minutes, and I was like, hey, do you just want to go see that movie? And he was on the fence about it. He was like, I really do want to see it, but it's a very particular movie for fans of Evil Dead. Like, he was saying that it's almost like a cult classic type movie.
Well, the first couple were, but then it blew up and the budgets got bigger. And, we had Bruce Campbell on a couple of weeks ago, and he has a little bit of an audio Easter egg in this movie. But, I mean, listen, they're never too long. Clocks in like an hour 40. It's got an interesting bookend to it. If you know the Evil Dead lore, you seen those movies or no?
No, that's what I was going to ask.
So this would be the first one you'd ever seen?
Yes. And
you might like it. I mean, it's super bloody. I mean, if you're into that.
He knew that too. He's like, you've never seen any of the other ones. I don't know how much you're going to like. This isn't for you. He's like, we would be doing this just for me. I'm like, yeah, I can go see one of your movies, But I don't know. Anytime you recommend a movie, I almost always hate it. So now.
I feel like that's anything any of us recommend.
No, just when Alan recommends horror movies. What else have you except that dumb magician thing?
I did recommend that.
And
that
Uncut
dumb
Gems.
No, I told you about a horror movie that was admittedly really stupid because
really
I wanted
bad.
you to watch it.
The one where the devil,
Solomon, Song of Solomon.
What is he? A possessed priest has sex with the devil for 4 minutes. It's like the longest sex scene in all of cinematic history.
You can't rush sex with the devil.
I was like, I heard it from the back room and I came out and Brian was losing his mind. He was laughing so hard.
Yeah.
And I was like staring at the screen and I'm like, what are you watching? And Brian's like literally can barely breathe. He's laughing so hard. He's like, I think that guy's having sex with the devil. He's going on and I was like, what is this?
Hey, Mary.
Devil.
What's your problem, man?
All I'm saying is, do you need a 4-minute sex scene?
I need a 14-minute sex scene, man. What, you think I'm just gonna pop off right away when I'm having sex with a priest?
No.
Come on, man.
Listen, I'm not saying anything to your stamina. I'm saying that that's a very long and uncomfortable scene for a viewer.
Well, I like it long and uncomfortable. I'm out here having sex, man.
And I'm
if somebody's
happy
gonna
for you.
film it, that's on them, not on me. That was a documentary, by the way.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
You enticed that man in with what you called your flower.
You know how I like to entice people with my flower. My devil flower.
Your
That's
demon
right.
petals.
That's right. So get up all in this. Yeah.
Well,
So get off my back, man.
Listen, man, I just thought it was a little excessive.
Well, that's my thing. Excess. Nothing exceeds like excess.
Okay.
Right? Debauchery. Excess. Apparently a 4-minute sex scene is too much for you. What's your boyfriend's name?
Brian.
Poor Brian. Oh my God, 4 minutes is too long for this chick. Bill, is it?
Yo.
Bill, you hear what's going on over here?
Yeah, it's 4
4
minutes is a
too
long
long.
time.
Oh,
I think
God.
it's a long time.
See, Bill agrees. 4 minutes is too long to watch a priest, I think.
Wait till you guys get down here, because 4 minutes is just the preamble.
Oh, no.
And time has no meaning down here, so you won't know how
Well, then
long
I don't
it lasts.
care.
Right. Okay, I gotta go bang a nun for 5.5 minutes. Oh, sorry, too long. All right,
Or 5.5 eternities.
All right, who knows?
Well, it's something. All right, listen. All right, well, then don't take my recommendation on... I haven't seen Hellhole. I'm saying I can't wait
How
to see
many-
Hellhole. I have seen Evil Dead Rise. I watched it on Goku. And it was okay. I think that I thought that it was going to be... Because that reboot, when they, and that was the first one in a long, long time when they rebooted it. So it was... And they were rebooting the original story, and the cast was good, and it was super, super bloody.
Where'd you watch Hell, or is it on Shudder?
Hellhole is
Yeah.
on Netflix. I haven't seen it yet, though. It's Polish, subtitled. It's freaking people out. Now, I am watching. I haven't finished it yet, so I might end up sucking on Shudder called From Black.
He just
That's
was about
so
to start that last night. That's about the mom who goes crazy after her son gets killed or something like that, or her son gets...
Her son is abducted.
Kidnapped.
That one's called Friday the 13th.
No.
And a guy comes to her and says, there's a way you can get him back.
Yeah, but it's
And it
all-
involves this ritual that he supposedly has done. So far, I dig it.
So
That's on Shudder.
He was between that and some other movie, and he picked the other one. Slasher. Is that a new one?
That's a series. That's a Shudder
That's
series.
what he ended up doing, I think, because they were shorter.
It's like third season of Slasher.
Yeah, he watched one of those instead of
That's
that
super
From
bloody,
Black
too.
movie.
Yeah.
Because he made me watch the trailers for both of them. And that From Black, I was like, this looks like the saddest movie of all time. This poor, deranged mother whose child was stolen just wants to see him again, and the demons can't even let her have that.
Yeah.
Why would anybody want to watch such sad?
It's a treatise on grief, Mary.
It's terrible.
That's fundamental to a good horror movie. Grief, sadness.
This is why I don't like horror movies.
You watch
None
a
of
happy
them-
horror movie?
None of them have happy endings. Not a single one has a good ending. That stupid Smile, I thought had a good ending.
Smile
And then-
sucked. For as popular as that movie was, Smile
It
sucked.
was okay. I liked it. See, this is what I'm saying. We're on opposite ends of movie taste, me and you.
That was an amazing premise. Here's the problem, too, is there's a lot of these movies that are fleshed out of short films. They'll take something that's a short film that is awesome in 11 minutes because there ain't that much to do. You can do all 3 acts in 11 minutes, and they go, we should make this into a feature. Throw a bunch of money at it because the premise is great. They go, let's just fill out some stuff in beginning, middle, and end. Smile should have been awesome. And I'm probably in the minority on that because people loved Smile.
I thought it was all right. I mean, again, that's not my type. I'm not a big fan of horror movies, although I've seen 200 of them.
It's also real hard to do a satisfying ending to a horror movie.
That's what Brian said too. He's
It's
like,
hard to wrap one up where
He's
you
like,
go,
you're
oh
never
my
gonna
God.
see an amazing ending on a horror
Well,
movie.
Blair
I'm like,
Witch.
well, that sucks.
Blair Witch Project is an amazing ending to a horror film. That original Blair Witch.
I've never seen that.
Goonies.
I feel like-
an amazing ending to a horror film.
I feel like horror movies and comedies are the ones that are the hardest to have a good ending.
Well,
Because
'cause-
with comedies, what usually happens is the first 2 acts are funny, and then the third act is all like resolution and stuff like that. So it's just like becomes something else a lot of times.
Yeah, it's hard to wrap a story up. It's hard to wrap any story up. Because you figure the first part is setting up the premise, and then the middle is carrying it through somewhat to its completion. And in the end, they got to wrap everything up. And you go, that's hard to do. It's not easy. I've got to give you some money here. It's $1,000. It's a chance for you to put a little cash in your pocket, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie last week to do it. So make sure you're got your ears peeled for all of these this week. Good luck. Oop, hold on.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I'm curious how they arrive at their lists over at Cleveland Scene magazine, but I always like when they do them. Cleveland Scene dropped a list this morning called Unpopular Cleveland Opinions. I don't know if they crowdsource some of the editors or the writers or whatever they do. It's not like they took some wide-ranging survey and asked people, but some of them are funny to me. MMS gets name dropped in this list. Did you see this list?
Yeah, I saw this.
Right now.
Christmas ale isn't good. In fact, they put this in here twice. I doubt they meant to do that, but well, again, a list like this reminds me of what people accuse me of not being a native. Where I come in and start pissing on everything everybody loves because A, I'm just a contrarian, and B, it's not as awesome as everybody thinks it is. A Christmas ale is very, very popular, but this is a list of unpopular Cleveland opinions. Christmas ale isn't good. Pierogies are Blando pockets.
I think.
I mean,
listen,
some
they
of them
are, but you got to season them. That's like why it's the
and
whole
they don't
point.
have to be Blando pockets. If you're putting plain mashed potatoes inside of a noodle, then yeah. But they're like the pierogi lady at the Westside Market.
Right, but the point
filling them with all kinds of crap.
But the point is that you have to zhuzh them up so much that at some point they become very little pierogi and more every other thing.
Spaghetti is bland until you put anything on it. Like.
I'm sorry, Bill. I eat my spaghetti plain and uncooked. Thank you very much.
Crunchy.
Pretty bland. Yes.
Traffic at Blossom isn't that bad.
That's ridiculous.
I fundamentally reject that. I don't know who that is.
It depends on who you're seeing. Like if you go see, like when I go see the Cleveland Orchestra, I'm in and out. There's no problem because I'm faster than every old person that's there. But when you go to, when we saw Ozzy, that was insane. When I saw Incubus there, we were there
when you
for,
see any sold-out show, every country show I've been to, it takes 4 hours to get out of there.
Even when I saw Tenacious D, they didn't even do they didn't have the lawn open, and it still was a lot of traffic.
Kayaking down the Cuyahoga is not a particularly pretty experience. It's actually an industrial wasteland, is what it says.
Co-sign that one.
Yeah, Bill fell in, and his eye stopped working.
Nope.
Mabel's isn't the best barbecue in Cleveland.
No one said it was.
I was going to say,
Nobody
I've never heard
has ever
one
said it
person
was.
say that. MGK is the best
Listen, I
musical
like
act to come
Mabel's.
out of Cleveland.
MGK's really?
This is a list of unpopular Cleveland opinions on Cleveland Scene.
Name someone better.
Stadium mustard is overrated. That's 100% true. Where we check in is it says WMMS is just as good now as it was in the 70s and 80s.
And that's the unpopular opinion.
It is. Because I was like, you guys better back in, and like, okay, well, I wasn't here then, so I get it. Like,
I agree. It was.
I knew about WMMS before I came here. I mean, it's legendary, and the legend comes from those old timers, who were making things happen back in the 70s and the 80s, But that is an unpopular opinion, yes. But there's some interesting ones on this list. Tito Francona has had a Hall of Fame career, but it's time to move on. I'm not sure how they arrived at that.
I'm not with that one.
Cleveland is not a walkable city. I don't think anybody says that it is.
People are annoying.
Well, these are
And I know that's the
unpopular
point of this entire
opinions.
thing.
I got one.
What?
I don't get why people make fun of Parma. Like, why? Like, I don't.
Because it's the 7th largest city in the state.
No, because trashy people live there.
Trashy people live everywhere.
But in bigger numbers.
I have trashy neighbors, and I'm in Bay Village, for Christ's sake.
Listen, I'm the first to tell you there's hillbillies everywhere. Okay?
Yeah.
My kind, we spread out
I lived in Parma
flocks.
for a couple years. It was a very regular place to live.
Yeah.
I think it's just, it became a stereotype to make fun of it, and it just stuck, but I don't think it's... I have no problem with it.
Unpopular Cleveland opinion. I don't know.
My girlfriend she thinks the Cleveland signs are stupid.
I'm
I'm entirely indifferent
Yeah,
to
I don't
them.
mind 'em.
Like,
She just thinks it's dumb, like, if you're from Cleveland, to take a picture in front of them. She's like, I get it if you're a tourist, but if you're from Cleveland, like, what are you doing?
yeah, but people from Cleveland love stuff about Cleveland. They're
Oh, I know.
mean, the T-shirts and everything.
Because we're insecure.
The Cleveland food pales in comparison to Detroit, Cincinnati,
Oh.
and Pittsburgh is one of the unpopular
butt.
opinion. Eat a butt, says
I had to
Gary
change
Santora.
2 words in that sentence to what I wanted to say. People came all over me.
I got it. Anyway, whoever did that list, thanks for the name drop there.
Here's another unpopular opinion.
Yeah.
Cleveland's sports fans, not the best.
They're terrible people. They're pretty mean people. We're not great.
Well,
We're not great sports
But
fans.
I'm talking about being like a fan in the stadium. Like, I feel like...
You mean an on-site fan?
Yeah,
I mean,
on-site.
I'm
like,
saying the same thing. We're mean.
no,
We're mean to the other teams.
That's a good thing.
No, it isn't. You don't need to be rude to people.
That's
just
every
from their
fan
attitude.
base.
Not always. You don't have to be rude to people.
Go to Philly. Cleveland fans will seem like it's a utopia.
I'm talking about staying in the game. Like,
Oh, they're not invested?
They're
They're
not
too drunk to be invested.
but I think that's the thing, is when I feel like I've been at Cavs games with the hardcore fans when they were a bad team that were just as loud, if not louder, than when they are playing the Warriors in the finals.
Here's my unpopular opinion. It's okay to be a fair weather fan.
Well, that's not. Is that a Cleveland thing, or is that
Yes.
Are you saying in general?
In that Cleveland is no different than any other city that screams and whines about fair weather fans. It's okay to be a fair weather fan.
I was a fair weather. Well, I wasn't a fair weather fan. I was a bandwagon. Is that the
You're
same
not
thing?
who I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yes.
I gotta take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com to watch, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
$6.99. It's farm fresh. From the crate to your plate.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Poundcake, you want to take a crack at this? 1977. Very, very, very well-known American rock band. The song is called Draw the Line. It was a title cut to that album. I'm sure all that will help.
Aerosmith.
Yes. Son of a bitch. How did you do that?
I don't know if it's cheating, but context clues. You mentioned Aerosmith at the end of who's the midday guy?
Stansbury?
Stansbury. So I figured it might be a callback to that.
Wow. Listen, that's a bullseye.
Yeah.
Aerosmith.
I like that he knows Aerosmith, but not Stansbury.
The guy he's met in person.
Yeah.
Oh, have you met Stansbury? I didn't know.
I've ever met him.
Okay.
You've never been to a station event?
At the game
Yes,
at
you
home
did
opener.
meet him. He was on air with us at the same time at the home opener. Oh no, Cody left.
Yeah, he left.
Cody was out he was out giving away tickets. Don't call me the hoe. I didn't
wasn't
send
there.
you out. I didn't cast you out like the demon you are.
Exiled me. Yeah, no, so I've never met him. There's people in this building that have been on air for years, and I still have never met formally.
Like who?
I don't know. I haven't met him.
Bill Squire. Oh. I don't know. I
We've
haven't
never
met him.
formally.
Well, no, but you know who you haven't met.
But like, there's people on air that I don't know that I haven't met them, and then they're like, "Oh, I've been doing this for years." I'm like, "Oh."
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, like I don't know. Like Bloom Daddy, I didn't know that I met him.
You don't know what you don't know until you know it.
And then I was like, "Oh, that's Bloom Daddy. I've met him." I cross paths with him all the time.
Before, I mean, you can't get too casual with him. Before you meet him, he's Bloom father.
Okay.
Anyway, Aerosmith. I love that song, Draw the Line. That, I don't know why. There's people who have their favorite Aerosmith songs. I just love Draw the Line. I love that Joe Perry riff. That was, if you go all the way back with Aerosmith, that was like their fourth or fifth album. But that was when everybody thought Aerosmith was done. Because rather than being musicians who took a lot of drugs, they became drug addicts who were just making records. And so that was, by the time the late 70s came around, the band was breaking up. Joe Perry's out. I mean, everybody's like, Aerosmith is done. Obviously, that didn't happen. They kicked all of it. They were gone for a while. The big comeback album was late 80s. They started making kind of poppier rock. It was a lot glossier, and that kind of ushered in the full return of Aerosmith. And but they announced they're coming to Cleveland. They have decided to call it quits. They announced their farewell tour. It's called the Peace Out Tour. And the tickets will go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. They're going to play the Romo Fijo on September 21st with the Black Crowes. They've done it all. I mean, they've done the Vegas residency. They have like a ride or something at Universal. I don't know. They got all this crap. I can't help but think, even though it's old news, but it made its way back into the news cycle, the girl suing Steven Tyler for banging her back in the day when she was 16. I mean, it's in his book, but the climate being what it is now, I wonder if these guys collectively were like, let's just do it one more time. Let's cash out. And that's it. Steven Tyler is 75 years old. I don't know why I didn't realize he was that old. And he's memed all the time as someone's old grandma.
Your aunt. Your cool aunt.
Your cool aunt. Mm-hmm. Because he's aged very strangely. If you have the distinct misfortune of seeing like a beach pic of him in the Daily Mail or something, when he's walking around, he's got his Sideshow Bob thing up there and walking around in a loincloth. But if you're an Aerosmith fan, and I am, I like Aerosmith. Black Crowes are great too. But when I was talking to Stansbury earlier, I was like, it occurred to me that I've never seen Aerosmith live.
That's something you need to do.
I guess it is because I don't want to not,
Yeah.
I'm Johnny come lately for as long as I've been in showbiz and as many bands as I've seen over the course of my career, I really am super, super late to seeing some of them live. Like we're going to see Kiss in Detroit this fall. I've been to shows where I left before Kiss came on. So it was like I just wanted to see who was opening up. And I like Kiss. But it's embarrassing that I've never sat through an entire Kiss headlining set. And I kind of feel the same about Aerosmith. So anyway, Aerosmith was always kind of the analog to the Rolling Stones back in the day. They were like, Rolling Stones are the greatest British rock band. Aerosmith are the greatest American rock band. And there were people that would argue incessantly about that.
The Beatles.
Well, no, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
They were British. But I mean, people who would argue that Aerosmith was the analog to the Rolling Stones. They kind of got going around the same time. I mean, they kind of came up and, they're all about the same age. But you have to hand it to anybody who's hung on as long as they have. So if you're an Aerosmith fan, and you'll find plenty of people who that's their favorite band, is Aerosmith. They're coming through on the farewell tour in September at the Romo Fijo. We will probably have tickets for you at some point on this program. But it'd be a good live band to see. We're talking about movies. We took the little one to Super Mario Brothers.
Did you love it?
She loved it.
It's so cute.
It's kind of tough getting her into movies because she's not, it's not really her cup of tea. But we were like, oh, let's go. It'll be fun. Blah, blah, blah. Raining most of the weekend. She loved it. Now, I sound like a douche when I say this, but I didn't play Mario Brothers growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Gwen did. She got the whole thing. So there's a whole bunch of that movie that I don't quite get.
Yeah.
But there were I laughed out loud a couple of times.
It's so silly and
Yeah,
so good.
It's a silly movie. There's enough jokes for everybody to get, and then also they just keep it moving. Like they didn't dwell too long on anything.
It was like an hour 40. It was
right.
Yeah, it was nice.
Which is great because they can sometimes, especially with kids movies, make them way too long. Pixar has gotten, they were making too many movies that were too long, but I think they've reeled it back in.
Well, for as much as people were complaining about Chris Pratt being Mario when they first announced it,
I thought he did great.
I thought he did too, because they kind of made him more like a couple of guys from Brooklyn rather than like, hey, it's me, but they also...
And they still reference it and make a fun joke about it.
Well, it's made $1 billion now. So Super Mario Brothers is the first film in 2023 to cross the $1 billion mark.
Did Chris Pratt...
After 26 days, by the way.
My God. Did he get big from Parks and Rec?
No, he got big from Guardians of the Galaxy.
No, but I'm saying he was like discovered on Parks and Rec, and then he got Jurassic Park. Because I remember watching Parks and Rec, and he was like a chubby, funny guy.
Yeah, he got shredded for Guardians of the Galaxy.
So he did a few movies before, like, and his weight was fluctuating because he was in Moneyball,
right?
And he lost some weight to play a role in that because he plays a baseball player, and then he put more weight back on, and that's when they're like, okay, we want you to be Star-Lord, but you got to lose this weight. And he lost like 60 pounds and put all that muscle on. We actually just watched that yesterday because the new one comes out this week. And I forgot how goddamn jacked he is in that first one.
Well, I remember him, and he was one of the SEAL Team guys in Zero Dark 30. Did you ever see that? He was still he was halfway between chubby and ripped.
Mm-hmm.
But once they were like, you're going to be in Guardians of the Galaxy, he was always posting like shirtless photos, which I would too.
Yeah.
If I was looked like him and then got shredded.
I love him.
But yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is out Friday. We're doing a screening of it. Are you going? Is it Wednesday night?
Wednesday night, yeah.
It's getting mixed reviews, whatever, like any of those movies do.
I saw most of the reviews were that it's real good and real fun and real emotional. So I'm excited.
He is the voice in the Garfield reboot. I don't know why they keep rebooting Garfield. It was like Bill Murray did Garfield years ago, and the story about how he got in it is hilarious to me.
Because he thought it was a Coen Brothers.
He thought it was the Coen Brothers rather than a guy named, it was Coen.
He thought the Coen Brothers were doing Garfield?
Yes. And so he signed on because Bill Murray famously is a guy with no representation. So you have to call his phone and get him on the phone. And
Peas in the pod, me and that Bill Murray.
You got to call Bill Squire and get him on the phone too.
Yeah.
No representation for either of them, huh?
No, there was a guy named Joel Coen. There's Joel and Ethan Coen, the Coen brothers, who did Fargo and all these great movies, right? Well, there's another guy named Joel Coen who did Cheaper by the Dozen and
Classic.
Toy Story.
Even better.
Right, not directed, but wrote some of these. And so somebody hits up Bill Murray and says, hey, Joel Coen is doing Garfield. And he goes, of course. Amazing. Now, how they got him to do the second one, I don't know, unless they signed him up for 2. Because he did do the second one. But in a classic case of mistaken identity, and the movie did fine. Garfield made a lot of money. It might have been the last gasp of one Breckenmeyer. Now that I think about it. I mean, Franklin and Bash notwithstanding, but I don't know what that guy does now. But yeah, we took her to Super Mario Brothers, and it was fun.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
It was good. I didn't think it was going to stink. I was just worried that, like, I wasn't going to care or follow it or whatever.
Well, you're on record as never watching any children's movies. You're like, I've never seen Aladdin. What's Lion King?
But it's also, it's a generational thing. I was in college when those were out. So, you know, I'm not going to go see Aladdin when I'm 20 years old.
Well,
that's not for me.
You screwed up, man. Could have taken a date.
Right, but I show up with an 8-year-old, I would have been arrested immediately, Mary.
I didn't say you would have taken an
the
underage
math.
child. Oh my God, by the way, I have to tell you this now that you say that. So Brian was being very sweet, and he was like, because last year I was upset he didn't get me anything for Mother's Day, right? So this year he was like, I want to do something for you and Blake.
Oh God, the Mother's Day thing.
But wait, listen. He was like, I want to do something for you and Blake so you guys can spend some time together. I said, that's great. What are you thinking? He goes, well, I know you guys both like being pampered, so what if we got, like, you went and got your nails done? And I was like, oh, well, my nail place isn't open on Sundays. And he goes, well, what if you two went and got like a couple's massage? And he's like, not like a couple romantic thing. I said, Brian, what establishment do you think is massaging 7-year-olds?
And they're all romantic massages.
He was like, what do you mean? If I like signed for her to be able to go there, I said, no adult human is going to willingly massage a 7-year-old body.
You have to be 18 years old, probably. If not officially, then unofficially.
He had no idea. He was like embarrassed that he like caught off guard. He was like, I don't know. I'm just trying to be nice. And I was like, I appreciate the sentiment, but please do not send me into a massage parlor with your daughter.
Hi,
because
this is my 7-year-old bonus child.
It's like they will arrest me immediately if you try to send me in with a child to have an adult person massage them.
Hey, we're coming in for a couple's massage.
Is this your
Is it
daughter?
cool that
No,
she's
that's
7?
my boyfriend's daughter.
That's
It's,
exactly how I described it too. I was like, legally, she's not mine. I like, can't, technically, probably shouldn't even have her, you know?
Well, and the reason we're here is last year I cried on Mother's Day, and so they wanted something to do special, and this is how they thought we could bond.
That is gross.
I was laughing so hard yesterday.
I forgot about the Mother's Day thing.
Yes, I forgot
What?
you got flipped out over Mother's Day
flip
last year.
out. My feelings were hurt.
Oh, you were perturbed
I cried
over
because my
not being
feelings
recognized
were
on
hurt.
Mother's Day.
Because my feelings were hurt.
Because, if I recall correctly, and I think I do, your thought was, I'm doing all of the motherly things.
Right.
Why am I not being feted for that?
Correct.
Right.
I'm taking on a motherly role.
Uh-huh.
Why am I not being recognized for such, whatever?
Right.
But he was laughing at that because I asked him, I said, have you ever had to get anyone anything for Mother's Day other than your own mom? And he was like, no, because him and his ex-wife divorced right after the kid was born. So he didn't have to do anything for her for Mother's Day.
Wait,
right
he doesn't
after
do
she
anything
was
for
born?
her?
I think they actually might have separated while she was pregnant.
Wow, that's a baller move.
Dude, from the way he describes the timeline.
I don't even want you in the room when I squeeze this cabbage out.
Yeah. From the day that they met, dated, moved in, pregnant, married, divorced, less than 2 years.
God, you gotta love Berea.
Yeah. Well, no, they're from Chesterland. They're from
God,
this
you
side.
gotta. Oh, even worse. You gotta love Chesterland.
Yeah.
You're out in the sticks. You're like, well, this is as good as it's gonna get.
Right. So I asked him, I was like, have you ever? And he's like, no, because Kelly and I were divorced. And then my ex-girlfriend, he said she never wanted kids. They dated anyway. He got her flowers on
Oh, there was
Mother's
somebody
Day.
between you and the ex-wife.
Yes, he dated someone in between us. And he said the kind of a similar situation. They weren't living together yet, but she was, heavily involved in Blake's life. And he got her flowers on Mother's Day, and she freaked out and was like, absolutely not. I've told you I don't want to be a mom. This is ridiculous. I'm not her mother. I can't believe you would do this. Like, she was really, really mad at him.
How did he misread that?
I don't know. He said he was just trying to do something nice, and she lost her mind. I said, how was that not a, hey, we should probably break up moment?
But it's also not nice if you know this person adamantly doesn't want to be a parent.
But that was my whole question to him was like, if she's going to act that way, why would you even have her in your life knowing your kid's not going to go anywhere? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he didn't. He probably didn't want to have a kid with her.
Yes, but if she's that adamant against don't even recognize me as a mother figure.
Well, yeah, so what?
How are you going to live your life with someone like that? You have a kid.
What,
They're going to have to be
life?
around it.
He was dating her. Life.
Well,
just because he married the first person he banged in Chesterland doesn't mean that you're going to like, well, you know what I mean. It's like, whatever.
First person he knocked up, yeah, sure. But
not every person you date is a potential spouse.
Okay, well then that's where we differ. I would assume if you have a kid, you're probably dating someone more seriously than not. If you're introducing them to your kid to the point we're going to recognize them on Mother's Day, if they're involved enough in your child's life and you're like, hey, this is going to be a serious thing, right?
I guess. I mean, the person I dated between my ex-wife and Gwen, she didn't mean to have kids. We dated like 4 years.
But did you introduce her to your kids?
No.
That's my point. He did. This woman was in his daughter's life.
Yeah, but she didn't want to be.
Yeah, and I'm saying that was a red flag. They didn't even break up on Mother's Day. They dated after that. I was like, that should have been like a, hey, you very clearly don't want to be in this, you know?
If I could try to read his mind, see, he's smart. What he wanted to do is date her another full year, so the next Mother's Day he could do nothing for her and she'd be really happy.
Right.
See?
Well, that's why
Not a baby, zilch.
That's why he was all messed up. He goes, my ex, I got screamed at for recognizing her, and then 2 years later, you're crying because I didn't recognize you,
Right.
and now I'm trying to schedule a massage for my underage child. He's like, I can't win.
You're twisting his mind into a pretzel.
He's like, I can't do anything great.
I got this blister on my hand. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Just let me garden. Leave me alone. Buy me a sign that says bedroom and
Yup.
a live, laugh, love pillow.
I'll be out weeding if you need me.
Yeah, but I left. So I was like, had tears
What a
streaming down my
roller
face.
coaster. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
I said, Brian, you cannot take a 7-year-old to a massage parlor.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, and I don't know the legalities of it, but that clearly is an opportunity for some entrepreneurial type here in
This
Northeast
is so
Ohio.
bad. You can't. How do you market that?
It's just Lil Massagers or
Is it other children massaging the children?
Well, I mean, they have to be
licensed.
Yes, they have to be licensed.
You cannot market a business where adults massage children. I can't.
What about little people? What about dwarves? What about people who are the size of children but legally adults?
Size.
It's kind of about size. Kind of.
Oh, you
All right.
idiots.
Never stopped us before.
Good touch child massage.
That's what I mean. Healing Hands Children's Massage.
Oh, it's got blocks on the sign, right?
Yeah, the R is backwards.
Yeah, oh, God.
Or like it's just massage envy, but envy is spelled in like the kid font.
Just
Yeah.
NV.
Yeah. Lil massage envy.
Oh. There's something there. Something there. Everybody says you're crazy if you have an inventive mind.
But
Who are you going to hire?
Who are you going to hire?
Who are
Who are
your
you going to ask
employees?
for money? Because anybody that wants to invest in that, you're like, what are your motives?
There's
We need to see your hard
yes.
drive. You can't.
But when all those are fine and you're on the level, they go,
even then, I still don't trust it.
I was like, I am not going to celebrate the first Mother's Day with this child by getting her human trafficked. I am absolutely not taking her anywhere where someone's like, oh, yeah, let her in the room. We'll rub her. We'll rub her down.
Mary, I noticed both of you left, but only you came back. You want to tell me what happened? Funny thing.
Well,
you won't think it's funny. I don't mean funny.
You gotta read those waivers.
Right. Fine Prince, son of a bitch.
All right. Listen. Don't take a kid to get massaged. That's the overarching thing here. More you know about that, the happier you'll be when it comes to... Right. Okay. I've got to take another break here. If you want to get tickets for the Mushroom Head 30th anniversary Halloween show, I'll hook you up with that coming back 35192 if you want to text for anything else.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, rain and snow showers. Overnight low mid-20s. Tomorrow, rain showers and a high of 40. Wednesday, chance of showers again and a high around 50.
This report is sponsored by the Ken Ganley Auto Group.
We want to buy your car or truck at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Regardless of its condition or how many miles it has, get an instant offer today. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
You don't need to get personal, like revealing orange juice commercials make you cry, to get the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Just call or go to statefarm.com for a quote. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
Why choose Mr. Hero? We have one word for you. Roman Burger. A burger so unique, so delicious, and only available at Mr. Hero. The next time you're deciding what to eat, head on over for a Roman Burger.
Mr. Hero, it's the taste you crave.
Okay, true stories from Huntington with Veronica and her banker, Roger.
Veronica, you were nervous about trying to get a home. Why's that?
Nobody likes to hear the word no. You know, one day I just said, okay, I'm gonna go talk to the banker.
How'd it go, Roger?
If there was a bump in the road, we hit it. But we navigated right through it. Veronica kept pushing.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories. Loan subject to credit application and approval. Equal housing lender.
Life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance because you'll feel protected no matter how the wind blows. All so you can keep enjoying the home of your dreams. And our expert agents can help you save up to 23% when you bundle home with auto. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. American Family Insurance. Get a quote? Find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Domino's new Loaded Tots are baked crispy and loaded with mouth-watering toppings. Try them when you order any 2 or more medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each. Ask for this offer. 2-item minimum prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary. Bone and wings, breadable pasta, and pan pizza will cost extra. Local stores set delivery fees and may charge extra for some menu items, crust types, toppings, and sauces.
Save more at Meijer with M-Perks. Earn points on your purchases at Meijer stores, online, and at Meijer Express stations. Plus, earn points for every qualifying prescription filled at your Meijer pharmacy. The more you shop, the more points you earn. Then, save even more with M-Perks digital coupons, points booster events, and special category offers. Sign up for M-Perks in the Meijer app or see Meijer.com to learn more.
Express your love for mom with great deals from Family Dollar.
Start your day with fresh coffee prepared with K-Cups from Green Mountain, Mick Cafe, or Donut Shop for only $6.95. Surprise her with something special like comfortable sleepwear from $8 to $10, casual dresses starting at $7, or gift cards and scented candles starting at only $5. Then wrap it all up with assorted gift bags and handmade cards for just $1.25. Family Dollar, helping you do more.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Hola, muchacho, senor. Mike, Mariachi D'Amato here from Nissan in North Thompson and I-90 Nissan. And it's time for my favorite celebration of the year, Cinco de Mayo Days. This is not your ordinary event. It only happens once a year. Nissan deals are muy caliente. Hot, hot, hot. Habanero hot. Just see mi amigo deal the big burrito belza. He's stuffed with spicy savings just for you as we drop APRs as low as 0%. The whole enchilada. So this is no time for a siesta. It's time for a fiesta. If you snooze, you lose. Don't wait till tamale. Pick up the peso and sauce over to see us today at Nissan in North Olmsted, located on the North Olmsted Auto Mile, or I-90 Nissan in Sheffield Village. Cause the deals are so good. Come and save mucho dinero. Can you find a better deal anywhere else? Are you kidding me? No way, Jose. Or do a computer cucaracha at bignissan.com.
We're celebrating 1 year of Mountain Dew Purple Thunder at Circle K, and you're invited to
from the Wrestling with Freddie podcast.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome. All of your favorite superstars.
It's Pete from Fall Out Boy.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away.
All right, it's that time of year again. The Mushroom Head Halloween Show, 30th anniversary show, is happening Saturday night, October the 28th at the world-famous Agora. Got a couple of tickets here for you. About this time every day this week. AXS.com. Tickets, info, all that. A Mushroom Head Halloween. There's nothing else like it. A couple of tickets here for you. Be caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Spoiler alert, they won't all be home runs. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right, there we go. Another chance for you to grab some money here in about 7 minutes. Listen for that next keyword. It's your last week to do it. Grab $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Guardians play tonight. Yeah, 7:05 here on MMS. They took 1 of 3, the first in that Fenway Park series against Red Sox. Only ones that the Guardians won this weekend. But that's fine. They're doing all right. Little of this, little of that. They head down to New York, play the Yankees tonight. 7:05 is the first pitch here on the Buzzard. 6:30-something when your pregame will get underway. And then they'll come back home on Friday for the weekend series against the Minnesota Twins. Hey, Juan.
Yeah, Alan.
What's up?
I want to check Mary on something.
Oh, here we go. What do you want?
She doesn't even know what you're going to say.
There's so many things she needs to be checked on.
What's up?
No, sweetheart. I mean, really. You were talking about, Mother's Day and all this. You got to understand something.
Oh, here we go.
You're your boyfriend's girlfriend. You guys aren't even married.
Mary, let Juan explain this to you, okay?
I need you to explain
Will
dynamic.
you please just let him explain your relationship to you?
My family dynamic.
Yes.
Go ahead. You're right. We're not married.
Let me explain it to you because, see, I went through this as a father and a grandfather and a stepfather.
Okay.
And a step-grandfather and a half-cousin.
And an uncle-grandpa.
And an uncle-grandpa.
And a sister's brother's uncle.
Right.
You have no rights or say into what that child is. You're not her mother.
I never said I was.
I mean,
where's this coming from?
No, let him go.
You and Mother's Day. I see, yeah.
I want to hear everything he has to say.
No, the Mother's Day thing. You have no rights or say in anything. You can't discipline her. You have no say. You're not even married to her father.
Mm-hmm.
And I know how you're really going really hard into trying to acclimate yourself with his child to be part of her life and everything, but you're just going like overboard because, see, you could never say, unless you can legally adopt her, and even if you marry him, you have no right. You have no right to that child because it's between him and his wife.
No right to what?
Ex-wife.
You have no right to the child. You have no rights to Mother's Day.
Now, here's my question. Here's my question.
Juan sounds like a guy who's been burned by
Many
all
times.
this. Yes.
No, but my question is,
no, actually,
what does...
I have not.
What
because my 2 stepsons that were not mine to this day call me grandfather or call me father, and they also, their children call me grandfather, and their father actually acknowledges me as being half like their dad because I raised them.
Okay. Now, first of all...
But I had no say.
All right, Juan, let Mary talk, wait.
First of all, my point is, at no point did I say, I am her mother. I want rights to her. I want her birthrights. I never said that. I said I've taken on a parental role in her life, which I have, and I would like to be recognized for such. I never said, call me mom. I never pulled anything like that. And you don't know what mine and Brian's agreement is. You say I have no rights to discipline or I have no say in her life. You have no idea what mine and Brian's parental agreement is between the two of us or with his ex-wife and her boyfriend. And the fact that the four of us all have a very open and communicative, like, foursome agreement. So,
okay, and that's all said and good.
So how are you going to sit here and tell me what I can and can't expect from Mother's Day when you have no clue what's going on in my life?
Well, no, I don't.
So then where do you get off saying I am or am not entitled to flowers? How do you get to say that when you have no idea what's going on in my life behind closed doors?
Because you're not entitled to flowers because you did not give birth to that child.
Listen, I think everybody's entitled to flowers.
So what you're saying is
let's not be so stingy with the flowers.
Regardless of anyone's role in a child's life, if they did not birth them, they have no right to be recognized for caring for that child. That's what you're saying.
You didn't raise her. Mary, you didn't raise that child.
I've been in her life for the last 3 years, living with her, helping.
Oh, wow. Now you're a mother.
I never said I was a mother. When did I ever say that I was a mother?
Also, Juan, isn't the whole thing at the discretion of Brian?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, then what's the problem? If he's down,
the problem. If he, all right. See, his house, his rules.
But you seem to think it's your rules.
But wait, but if he's on board, but Juan, if he's on board with everything as Mary has accurately described it, then what's the problem?
Then what? Well, no, it's not a problem. I'm seeing Mary.
What's the problem for you? Is my question. It's not a problem for them. What's your problem with it?
No, it's not a problem. Well, no. Okay, that's fair.
Dude, you don't understand. Anytime we talk about this, my DMs blow up with exactly what he's saying. You'll never be a mom. Get your head out of your ass. You're barely in that child's life. You have no right to anything.
Angry dudes.
It's angry women too.
Really?
Yes. A lot of women who married men and say, well, you're not married. How could you ever say your stepdaughter? And it's like, I don't understand what
then they're angry about the situation they're in, too.
Here's my thing. Why do we have to be married? What about people who don't believe in marriage? Or Bill, who was married, got divorced, and still raised those kids. Why does the marriage mean anything?
Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn never got married.
But like what I'm saying, Bill, those kids still call you dad. You're still an active part of their life, but
I know,
you're not
I
married.
keep telling them to stop.
They won't stop
Go
away.
Leave me alone.
I ain't got no parental rights to you.
You're adults now. Yeah, that's what I say to them.
Please call me Bill, all right, from here on out.
People message me about this all the time, and they say so many wild things when they have no clue what Brian and I have discussed, what Kelly and I have discussed, who's Blake's birth mother,
it's nobody's business. Like, why are people gonna
so mad? You heard how mad he was.
I know. I don't get it. I'm like, you either got seriously burned, and this is why I always call bull shrimp on people when they're like, it's for the children. We're protecting children. No, you're not. You couldn't give a fat frog's ass about kids because why wouldn't anybody want another thoughtful, positive influence in a young kid's life?
Okay, so
there's no downside to that.
We threw Blake one birthday party this year that me and Brian
That's
and
all
his
she
ex.
gets.
No, but I'm saying me and
Last
Brian.
one, Blake.
You topped out at 7, homie.
Me, Brian, his ex-wife Kelly, and her boyfriend Brandon, the four of us planned it together. And we were all there with both sides of the family, and we did it as one big communal thing because we try to show her, hey, just because mommy and daddy don't live together anymore doesn't mean you're not loved, doesn't mean you're not supported.
No one's at each other's throats.
Exactly, that you can have a very functioning life between two households. And that's what we're trying to show her. But people get so wrapped up in semantics that'll never be your stepkid until you get married. Stop saying that right now. It's disrespectful to actual real step parents.
But it's because it's never about the kid.
No,
For these
we're
people to
making
complain
it about the kid, and then they're mad at me over semantics.
But they're mad because it's on them. It's their own hang-up.
It's insane to me.
It's not about the kid.
It's
Anybody who
insane.
was into the kid would go, man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You've made it work. Because, boy, there's a lot of couples who have kids who are connected faux life, who hate each other's guts, using the kids like pawns. I mean, no shortage of couples doing that.
My parents did that.
Right.
We were literal pawns in court and therapy.
You'd think for all these people getting their public boners over looking out for kids that they'd be like, this is awesome. Good for you guys. Congratulations.
It's wild. And I mean, there's going to be 100. I guarantee you'll get at least a few phone calls from either on the after hours line or the talkback button or whatever, text message. I'm sure you're already getting text messages about it. Marry some entitled bitch who thinks that what does she sacrifice?
Yeah, but that's
What
on
does
them.
she
That's
do?
that's on them. That's
Well,
not
that's my
on
whole
you.
point is that it's like, how could
I actually
you
do get a lot of calls in
possibly-
the after hours. Yeah, they're already coming in, Mary. Already coming in for you.
How could you
People are already
Good
angry.
point. That's a good counterpoint.
That is a good counterpoint.
I thought you explained yourself pretty well, Mary, but this counterpoint is making a lot of sense.
You know what?
Let me give away.
I'll never
Hold
say
on.
it again.
Give me this money here. It's $1,000 last week to grab some of this from the Buzzard bookie. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Courtney wants to defend you here.
Hello, Courtney.
Mary, I love you. First of all, I think you're hilarious. And I think you are just
you.
Yes, good for me because Mary's awesome. And I think you are a pleasure to listen to, and I get sad when you're not on the show, first and foremost. Second of all,
Hey, you don't got to kick me in the balls just because you're a Mary fan, Courtney, all right?
Sucks.
Yeah, I'm here doing the heavy lifting. Come on.
Alan,
There's no explanation needed for you, Alan. You're great.
Yeah, right.
That guy was an asshat and tried to mansplain what it is to be a stepmom. I'm a stepmom, and there is the most thankless job in the world. You
I'll
are
agree.
stepped on and like kicked in the balls daily. It's awful.
But what,
and
go ahead.
we're not married. I have no kids of my own. I never wanted kids, but I treat these kids like they are my
Not with
own.
that attitude.
I do everything for them.
Yeah.
I take care of them, and guess what? My boyfriend for the last 8 years has gotten me a gift on Mother's Day because I treat them like they're mine. I love them like they're
Right.
mine.
And that's what
guess
matters
I'm
at the end
here
of the
for
day is
them.
what works for you and your boyfriend in your
Exactly.
situation and what you guys agree upon.
And what's making the kid
Exactly.
happy?
Exactly. If the
It's
kid
not like
is
you're
happy
getting
and loved more.
foisted on
Exactly.
this kid. Okay, thank you, Courtney.
Thanks, Courtney.
There's Courtney who's in your corner. Hey, Marie.
Hi, Alan.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine. What's going on?
I just wanted to tell Mary, how is it fair that they say any man can be a daddy, but it takes a real man to be a father? How come it can't take a real woman to be a mom, but it takes a real woman to be a mother? And if she's stepping in the place of the mother, congratulations.
Oh, snap.
And the
Oh,
thing
snap.
Is, I appreciate that sentiment, but I'm not, and I've never
You are
claimed
very
to
welcome.
be. I've never
I'm not
claimed to be
asking-
in
I'm
the
not saying that.
No,
you
I know.
are doing the mother role. You are
at
doing the
our
mother role.
house. Her mom is
That's more
great.
important than being a label as a mother. That's
Right.
more important than anything in the world.
Right, but what I'm
And I give you props.
Thank you very much. I'm saying that that one guy who called tried to make it sound like I wanted to be seen as Blake's mother, which is so inaccurate. Blake has a wonderful mother who does a fantastic job, and she has her 50% of the time, and we have her 50% of the time. And Kelly's partner takes on the father role in their house. It's like a very open and I think very healthy thing that we have going.
Yeah, she's got a plethora of parental figures.
Yeah, and it's not to say that
Would you say you have a plethora?
You have so many
Oh,
parents.
yes. You have a plethora.
But we we've said, I mean, it's not to say without that Blake hasn't had issues where she, why do I have to live in 2 houses and things like that? And all of us come from divorce, so we try to relate it. We're like, hey, my mommy and daddy lived in separate houses, but you got to think of yourself as lucky that you have so many people who love you, And overall, that's what we're trying to convey to her. And honestly, I've told her 100 times.
And I'm so sorry that the couples massage fell through.
I know. Listen, baby, I know. Soon enough, you'll be able to go get massaged by a grown woman. But
now, she won't speak much English. She'll be very tiny.
The same size as you.
Hey, Robin.
Yes.
What's up?
Hello. Hi, how are you guys?
Good.
I very rarely listen to your show, to be honest with you.
Just
I'm not going to
say hi.
Thank you, Robin. Yeah, I don't care. Why am I talking to you if you don't listen to the show?
Oh, good for you.
I don't ever listen to you.
Do these qualifiers like, hey, let me.
Guess what that means? I'm not listening to you.
Come on.
Hey, Rube Star. You stand for.
Hey, Alan, long-time caller, first-time listener.
What was the one thing we were missing from this discussion? Rube Star.
Sure.
A balanced look at it.
Throwing in his 2 cents worth.
Yeah, just someone that can look at it from both sides and then say something that none of us have thought of yet.
Or saw coming. That's true.
All right, go ahead, Rube Star.
There's a new horror movie out on the market with the killer metal soundtrack. It's called Hell Van. If you haven't seen it, I want to drop a copy off for you and Bill and Mary and Poundcake and everybody. It's so good. Have you seen Hell Van?
What do you play in the movie, Rube Star?
It's funny you should bring that up.
Yeah. See, I see what's going on here. Hell Van. All right. Yeah, I've heard of Hell Van.
Oh, it's so good. It's an independent film by local talent Jorge De La Rosa.
Yeah.
And
who are you in it?
I'm not in it at all, but actually I'm wondering if
Are you an investor in the film?
No, Alan,
what is your interest in this?
Alan, I have this rare condition where I get really enthusiastic about something, and I feel the need to share my enthusiasm. I have no investment other than I think it's great. It's an independent local guy, and even if you don't like the movie, I really think you would like this original soundtrack. It's, I think, like 17 local bands that he recorded in his basement, and it sounds great.
Am I correct that the people behind Hell Van are the same people who brought us Robot Duck and Amityville Poo, Killer Poop 2? Are those the same people?
Slow Mutants?
Yeah, that too.
They did my first comedy special.
Who did?
Slow Mutants. Jorge De La Rosa.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Bill's on board too.
Yeah. Bill, have you seen it? Have you heard about this movie?
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it.
Oh, God, it's so good. It's like if David Lynch went back in time and filmed Christine with Patrick Swayze. So it takes place in the 80s.
Well, who couldn't understand that? All right, good. Well, we'll check it out. We can stream it online, I assume?
Well, no, it's he's looking for distribution. Like I said, I'd be more than happy to drop off a copy. I bought 2 copies, and it's very affordable, but I could drop one off. I could pick up more for Bill if Bill's interested.
I'll ask him to send me a screener. It's all right.
We could probably figure it out, but thank you for the, and you're sure that you have no vested interest in the success of the film?
Alan, what do you think of me? Do you think I'm some type of rat that am trying to weasel my way in through...
What rat? You called me out of the blue and said, hey, watch a movie called Hell Van. It's only understandable that I would think that you had some, fiduciary interest in this or nothing?
No, you got me all wrong. I told you I have this condition where I get...
Right. Thank you, Rube Star. Okay, good. Hell Van. We'll check it out. Listen, I like local talent, right? Into it? Bill Squire's worked with them before.
Yep.
All right, good. Let me take a break here. If you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. 35192. You want to text and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Jeffrey, you spend a lot of money on these expensive K-Cups. Why not just brew an entire pot?
Well, the thing about I've done that before where I brew an entire pot, and I'll drink it over the course of a day or sometimes 2 days. If it sits too long, it goes bad, then I gotta dump it out.
Now, I'm not a coffee drinker. How long can you keep coffee?
If I leave it out too long and I forget about it and there's mold in it, I gotta pour that.
Mold. Okay. So when mold grows in your coffee, that's a sign it might be bad.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Rover. For Universal Windows Direct, right now you can buy 2 windows, get 2 free. 36-month no-interest financing is available, plus they'll double your 2023 window and door tax credit. They're Northeast Ohio's top destination for not only windows, but also doors, siding, and roofing. And I have a new number for you to call for Universal Windows Direct. 216-243-6648. That's 216-243-6648, or visit uwdsale.com/iHeartRadio to get started with your free quote.
Your spark is all you need. And let's be real, you don't have time for smoke and mirrors anyway. So ditch all the pretentiousness and the lighter it rode in on with Blue. Blue e-cigs are available in a variety of satisfying flavors and nicotine strengths. Even better, it's odorless. When you're living unlit, you're comfortable being your true you. And no one will mistake ashtray for your signature scent. Blue. Get unlit. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Underage sale prohibited. Blue is a trademark of Font Molding 4BV. Copyright 2022. Fontum US LLC.
At Domino's, we're so obsessed with pizza, we'll try to turn pretty much anything into pizza. Sizzling pizza fajitas? Pizza milkshake. Probably not the best pizza ideas, but a great idea? Domino's new loaded tots. We bake our tots hot and crispy and load them up with melty cheese and delicious toppings, just like our pizza. From savory Philly cheesesteak to craveable cheddar bacon and mouthwatering melty 3 cheese, Domino's new loaded tots are just like Domino's pizza, only on tots. Can someone turn a fan on in here? Try Domino's new loaded tots next time you order.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked!
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Lorain County Community College grads are ready for the future.
I turned to LCCC for a degree in advanced technology.
To gain the skills needed to start a new career in cybersecurity.
To become a nurse and make a difference in our community.
To save money before earning my degree at a 4-year university.
To earn a degree that fits with my life. You can turn to LCCC. We will prepare you for the jobs of the future. Lorain County Community College. Always here, always ready. Enroll today.
It's the final days to shop Spring Black Friday at the Home Depot to get your kitchen clicking. With top brand appliances from Frigidaire, like a new refrigerator with sealed crisper drawers to keep your produce fresher longer. Or a dishwasher with its unique blade spray arm for better water coverage that reaches every corner. Plus, with convenient shopping in-store and online at the Home Depot, your innovative new appliances are just a click away, too. Final days to save up to $500 on select Frigidaire kitchen appliances during Spring Black Friday at the Home Depot ends May 3rd.
There's a race going on inside your body, and sometimes the bad guys, otherwise known as arthritis, get there first. That's when the joint pain kicks in.
Your healing process is just too slow and just can't catch up, and it needs just a little bit of help from QC Kinetics.
That's Dr. Daniel Zuckerman, Medical Director for QC Kinetics.
We all know that you can heal yourself. If you get a cut, it heals on its own. Your joints are no different. We can take the healing properties from your blood, concentrate them down, and put them in the spot that you need the help. It's amazing. Your body can heal itself.
At QC Kinetics, that's called regenerative medicine. No surgery or steroids, just lasting relief the natural way.
The fact that we can treat them without surgery, but using their own body's natural healing process, without medications, without steroids, without surgery, it's just amazing.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation. 216-770-5488. That's 216-770-5488. Locations in Westlake, Independence, and Beechwood. 216-770-5488.
Yo, it's Dieter. We got to talk insurance. More specifically, Amica Insurance. Their representatives are there for you every step of the way, providing personalized coverage tailored to fit you, your family, and the life you're building. Do you know they have 98% customer loyalty and named one of America's best insurance companies of 2023 by Forbes? So you know you can trust Amica to provide reliable and genuine care. Don't just take my word for it. Choose Amica and experience it for yourself. Visit amica.com, AMICA.com. As Amica always says, empathy is our best policy.
Dunkin' wants to raise a cup to our brave nurses. On May 6th, Dunkin' is offering nurses a free medium iced or hot coffee to celebrate Nurses Day. Participation may vary, excludes cold brew and nitro cold brew, limit 1 per guest. Not valid on mobile orders. No ID required.
Diamonds Direct invites you to join us as we celebrate all the moms in our lives. This Mother's Day, we're giving Mom more to say thank you for all she does. With every fashion jewelry purchase of $2,500 or more, we'll give Mom a free customizable diamond initial pendant valued at nearly $800. Shop now through May 14th to give Mom more this year. We've put together an exceptional collection of meaningful gifts for any budget. The perfect heirloom pieces to pass down to the next generation of moms. Birthstone rings, stackable rings, eternity bands, pearls, elegant diamond pendants, and of course, stunning diamond earrings. This year, she deserves a gift that keeps giving, and at Diamonds Direct, that's our specialty. Timeless gifts of jewelry she can enjoy and cherish for decades to come. And now's a great time to upgrade her diamond studs or pendant with Diamonds Direct's unmatched 110% upgrade. Come let the experts at Diamonds Direct help you find that remarkable gift that says, "Cheers, Mom, for all you do and for who you are." Diamonds Direct. Get locations and store hours at diamondsdirect.com.
Hey, it's Alan for FanDuel. If you're going to be playing the Ponies this weekend, it's the only sportsbook app where you can bet the Kentucky Derby, which is on Saturday. All customers get a no-sweat Derby bet up to $20. That means if your bet doesn't win, you can get up to $20 back. FanDuel does awesome different promotions every day. It's safe, it's secure, you get paid instantly. So you can bet the Kentucky Derby, America's #1 race, this Saturday with America's #1 sportsbook. If you're not on FanDuel yet, use my name to do it. Racing.fanduel.com/Cox. Your shot at the no-sweat Derby bet up to $20 back this Saturday for the Kentucky Derby. Racing.fanduel.com/Cox to get in on it and get your no-sweat Derby bet. 21 and over and reside in Ohio. Offer valid on first Derby win wager. Verified FanDuel Racing account required. Refund issued in non-withdrawable racing site credit that expires on June 12, 23. Restrictions apply. See terms at racing.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to fanduel.com/RG.
Have you tried Orange Theory Fitness? With 20 locations across Northeast.
See batteriesplus.com for details.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Guardians baseball tonight, 7:05 on MMS, first of 3 in New York against the Yankees. Will roll out around 6:30. Get another keyword for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie and then right into your Guardians pregame. They got one win at Fenway over the weekend. Red Sox take 2. So 7:05 tonight is your first pitch. Let's Let me go to Intense Randy.
Hey, Alan, how you doing?
What's going on, pal?
Not much. How you doing, best friend Bill?
Yo, how's
nice.
How's everything going? I know last time we saw you, you had just had your colonoscopy. Everything good?
Oh yeah, everything worked out good. Everything came out clear, so that was actually good.
Wait, did he call? Did he call about his colonoscopy?
I think he called once.
I got the MVP trophy for showing up after getting a colonoscopy. And remember, I wasn't that intense.
Right. Well, you were still sedated. I understand. Coming off the prep.
I don't know if I was still sedated. I just not always that intense. It is what it is. Anyway, I want to say hi to Mary. How you doing, Mary?
Hello.
Hi. I know me and you aren't exactly the best of friends, but I do want to give you some props on taking on someone else's child. My past 3 relationships have been with other people's children, and yes, I have not been with the one girl.
Wait a second. Bro. Yeah, your past 3 relationships have been with other people's children?
No. Let me reiterate. I was with a woman that had children with another man, and I helped raise those children like she is doing.
Yeah.
So basically, it's very difficult, and you got to deal with. At least she has a good. The mom is a nice person, because the dads that I was dealing with all wanted to kick my butt and stuff, but never did, because I always did good for this kids and looked out for them. And I had many years of doing this, and it's very difficult and very hard. And I want to give Mary props, and anyone that says that she's whatever she feels she deserves, she should get, because it's a hard role.
All right, well, let's
and I do give that to her.
Thanks, Randy.
Anything.
What?
All of it. I appreciate
all of
you.
it. Oh, well, yeah, I am trying to be friendly to you, and I'm sorry, but I know it's tough, and I give it to you. And same thing with Bill. What he did, he was married and adopted those kids, and that's amazing. And those kids that I was with, they still call me on Father's Day, even though I'm not their father. And it's years later, and it means a lot. It really, really is a nice thing, and it's hard. And I just want to give you the credit you deserve.
Yeah, that's great, Randy. I heard you were trying to get a job here as a phone screener.
Yes, I was.
Why?
I was told you're on a hire freeze right now.
Well, I'm sure they're being diplomatic, but what you? I heard you applied for a phone screener producer position.
Yes. What Rob told you, or Cream Pie?
No, I heard through the grapevine. What experience do you have in either of those positions?
Let me tell you, my experience is I can answer phones. I've been doing that for 40 years. So guess what?
I'm asking specifically more about the producer position.
You'd be surprised of the actual people I know, and I could get interviews and
I'm asking what your experience in radio producing is.
I don't have any per se.
There it is. Per se. I don't have any per se, but all right. Well, that per se is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Don't people start usually like down a little bit and they work their way up? I mean, I thought that's how it would work.
Yes, but producer is not the bottom position. Producer is one of the
the pay.
Well, that's what it was. It was a phone screener / producer. So explain to me what producer for a show is. I have to produce bits and come up with ideas.
No, I'm not gonna
people to the show.
I don't need to explain it. I mean, if they've already told you that nothing's happening in that way, I was just curious. I had heard and I said, well, that can't possibly be right. And then somebody said, no, that is correct.
I just make it look so easy, Randy. You think all I do is just answer phones? Come on.
It is all he does. Listen.
Of course you don't. Poundcake, I love you, dude.
Randy's coming for you.
Amazing.
Randy's trying to get Poundcake's job. Is the point.
No, I didn't know it was Randy.
I have too many jobs.
All right, Poundcake just said that you can have his job, Randy. So you'll start next week.
Alan.
Yes.
Honestly, I didn't know it was for your show. I'm not trying to take his.
It's not for my show. I'm being facetious. I don't know what show it's for. I think they have these open positions, and they go, "Hey, we're looking for somebody." And usually it's people that's like, "I've produced this show, this show, this show." I just thought I was curious what your CV was.
That is so
all.
petty of iHeart to post a job listing and then say, sorry.
Shouldn't they be a little more honest about this?
It's not about honesty. There are companies that have open positions to see who's out there, and it doesn't mean that they're currently looking to fill one. They have these all the time. They go, hey, I mean, I'm sure they have an afternoon talk show host position that they have open, just a blind box ad in case things go south with AC. They got somebody in the wings. All right, listen, Randy, thank you, pal. There's Intense Randy, who's checking in on a variety of topics. His last 3 relationships were with children.
That was a wild way to say that.
Not the case, of course, but his relationships with women who had children.
Right.
Right.
You know,
imagine Intense Randy as your mom's boyfriend.
Boy, that's a lot.
That's something I haven't had to think about, like being with a man who has kids, but like, if a guy turns gay later in life, no one wants to touch my vagina. He's had a whole marriage and a whole wife and a whole family.
Turns gay later.
Turns gay later in life.
Alan.
He went to one drag show. He turned gay.
Yeah.
Now
That's
he's
right.
like,
He read
hey,
Harry Potter.
Poundcake,
Now he's gay.
There's adults being groomed, too.
Mm-hmm.
That would just be something I would contend with. I'm like, I love you, but I chose the gay lifestyle for a reason. I don't want to deal with this.
I chose the gay lifestyle for it. Yeah, because no gay couples are having kids.
Those aren't real gays. They, turn their nose up to people like us who want to live wild and free.
Well, that's single versus married. That's not gay versus not
we don't
gay.
like those gays. We like to slum it.
Right.
We don't want to have to.
We don't want the responsible, successful gays. We want the single.
Oh, you got to get home to your kids. Oh, it's just like you're a real mom.
He doesn't like that knock at the cabin cosplay that's going on out there. Hey, Jenna.
Yes, hello.
Bill, it's Jenna from Poland.
Yo.
Out there. Lead singer of the Feral Cats. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
You left me a lot of voicemails over the weekend on the After Hours line, Jenna. Most of them were yelling.
Yes.
Are you okay? Are you angry? Was it a rough weekend?
Let's see. I ran out of paper, but finally I got some.
Okay, good. This is drawing paper, writing paper? What is it?
Writing paper.
Writing paper. Are you working on a book? Is it just for notes to yourself? I mean, what is it?
I like to do journaling.
Journaling. And you can see what you're writing?
I have a braille writer, which I finally got repaired about a year ago.
Gotcha. I imagine those probably aren't easy to have repaired.
No.
Yeah.
No, I had to send it away to, like, some place in California.
Well, no wonder you were upset. It's frustrating. All right, you wanted to talk to Bill. He's right here.
I wanted to say thank you, Bill, for giving me the opportunity to go to your show last month.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming out. I really appreciate it. I wanted to get a picture with you. I was bummed that we didn't get to take a picture together.
Yeah, my mom was saying the same thing, actually.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'll have to just do it again sometime. How's that sound?
Oh. Yeah.
Jenna, did you have a good time at Bill's show? It was pretty good, right?
I enjoyed it. I even wrote about it in my journal.
Now, what did you write? If you feel comfortable telling us.
It's her journal.
If you feel comfortable telling us.
I think it was a good, because of COVID, and I've been through so much crap over these years, and I think it was a good way to just get out and just see that, hey, we're all a mess,
Right.
You hear that, Bill?
Yeah.
So it was cathartic for you. It was good to be there and kind of be in the whole mix there.
Right.
Right. Okay. Well, good. How was this past weekend? Anything worth journaling about?
I met a new friend.
Is that a boy?
No, her name is Dawn, and she's really educated. She's been mentoring me, teaching me how to use a new device called an e-reader.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a Kindle, and you can put books on it.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And will that allow you to be creative in different ways than you have been?
Yeah, I think it's opened some doors for me, yeah.
Okay, good. Well, those doors need to be opened.
Right.
Walk right into them otherwise. Okay, good. Do you want to leave us, before I let you go, Jenna, do you want to leave us with any pearls of wisdom? You're usually pretty good for those.
Just, hey, if you get frustrated, just take a deep breath.
That's a good one.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
All right, thank you, Jenna. That's good. I like it. Okay, there's Jenna out in Poland. Yeah.
Awesome.
Bill Squire wouldn't take a picture with her. Can you imagine?
I take pictures of
This
anybody.
woman comes up, clearly not. Woman comes up with her mom.
Well, because you do the
Mr.
pictures
Squire
after the show.
nope.
You do them after the show most of the time.
Yeah. So he'll take pictures with anybody after the show.
I would have done it before the show, but I just thought they would be there after the show.
Now you got to strike while the iron's hot.
Hey, well.
Now she's got that new e-reader. She don't need the B reader anymore. That's what I'm calling you.
I'm the B reader.
B reader. B for Bill. Hey, Megan.
Yes.
What's up?
So I heard from you that Breaking Benjamin puts on a good show.
I think so.
Well, I saw them Saturday night, and it was one of the worst shows I've ever seen.
Who gives a crap? You're out here spreading fake news, Alan.
So they had a bad night. Okay. Where'd you see them?
Oh my God! I saw them in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
It was called the Big Gig. It was a bunch of bands, and
Big Gig. I get it.
Has been one of my favorite bands since middle school. I'm 38 now.
Yeah.
And my little heart was so broken. He stood there 95% of the time, and you could barely hear the vocals. And oh my God, I was like, oh my God. I was so upset.
Oh my God. I was like, oh my God. Right. Well, listen, maybe he was mad that he was playing in Taxachusetts, Megan. But this is the only show that they're, I think the Big Gig was the only show that they were doing in like the whole of New England. So you must have been bent out of shape.
Yes, I was.
Yeah. You hoofed it all the way
Ohio,
to, yeah, you hoofed it all the way to Boston or Worcester or whatever.
Yes.
So you're not going to see them when they come here then?
Probably not.
Just from the...
I was going to take my kids to see that show. With them in Disturbed.
Yeah, was that the first time you'd ever seen them? Hello, was that the first time you'd ever seen them, Megan?
Yes.
Well, maybe that was the sound guy's problem.
That's what I'm thinking, because the rest of the bands, like, you could hear all the vocals and it sounded good.
Yeah. I will say, I will say Breaking Benjamin is very different live because they are a very produced band. And so they kind of get these sonic templates, in my mind, that are not always recreated live. But I like them live. I think I like you. I like them a lot. When I've seen them live, I've liked them. So maybe, I don't know.
They sounded good for the most part. They sounded good. They played all their hits, so I was happy about that. And the best part about his whole set was he had his son playing guitar up there with him.
Yeah, people love to have their kids up there on stage with them. It's incrementally, right? You're a solo rock artist and you have a great time and you're banging groupies or whatever. And then you meet somebody and then you take them on the road with you so you stay honest. And then you have a kid and then you end up taking the family on the road. And then when the kid gets old enough, you're like, hey, Lynn knows how to play guitar. Let's put him on stage. It's the whole evolution of the rock star. Okay, listen.
When the dad dies, they fill in for him.
They fill in for him or whatever. Okay, listen, Megan, sorry. I don't know why I'm apologizing to you, but...
about time you did.
Anytime somebody has a less than stellar experience alive, it sucks because you pay money, you made the trip. And, okay, there's Megan. She's out in Grafton. Went all the way. Just let's follow the beats of that story. I like Breaking Benjamin. Mm-hmm. I said... they're good live because we gave away tickets. They're coming here with Disturbed and Ginger. Megan goes to see them in Boston. Doesn't like them. comes back to tell me, hey, they sucked, and you said they were good.
It's your fault.
Well, no, I don't think she's blaming me. I
know she was.
I like their trajectory of her thought process there. Hey, that stunk. I'm calling Alan because he told me they were good.
I mean, I do that to you every time you recommend a movie that I don't like. I yell at you. Like we don't have different tastes. How dare you enjoy this thing?
Well, and it sucks too because you can get the greatest band in the world on a bad night. Well, maybe not. Maybe not, because they've probably got it all knocked down to a science. If you're U2, you're not going to have a bad night.
Well, that's how I felt after Rise Against.
Everything is going to be dialed in.
I love Rise Against. I kind of like what she was saying. I've loved them since I was a teenager. I saw him live, and I'm like, this ruined this band for me.
Really?
Dude, he talked
it would be
so
like,
much.
Right, but well, that's a thing, yeah.
His personality made me turned off to the band. The way that he was like so self-important and doing 12-minute monologues in between each song.
That's too much. Timmy McElrath is kind of he's a guy who wants you to know some things.
He could have just played the music. The music was great. They sounded awesome. He sucked. I was so mad at him.
Yeah, but you also, I always think of stuff like that as in, you're talking to the people who've been with you from the jump.
I've been a fan of their band for 20 years.
You haven't been alive as long as they've been. I mean,
but I'm saying since I was a teenager, 13, 14 years old.
Right, but I mean, like,
that's 2 decades. Bro.
I remember when they were a punk band in Chicago, like that kind of thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not old. I don't know what you want me to say.
But that's what I'm talking about. If they're talking to the people.
Do you want to hear a TED Talk in between each song?
But
what's it on?
I know.
Is it on bees? Because I want to.
One was on bees. One was out. One was about different kind of knots.
Like I know that's what he does, but you're right. If you're somebody who's, but that was the first time you saw them.
Correct.
You've been a fan for 20 years. That was the first time you saw them.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway. Yeah,
you've never seen Kiss. Shut up.
Yeah, but it's not my favorite band in the world.
I never said Rise Against was my favorite band. I said I've been a fan of them for 20 years.
Well, okay, whatever. That is too much. That is too much talking. Is my point. That is too much.
Way too much talking.
Yeah. But also, it'd be like going to a restaurant and they have an off night, and you go, "I'm never going back there again." I think seeing a band, why would it ruin everything else if you didn't like their show? You went because you love the songs.
Right. And then now when I listen to the songs, I don't enjoy them as much because I think about him and it makes me mad.
Wow.
And I'm like, man, this guy sucks.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit.
Huh.
Maybe ruin was a big word. Maybe should have just been, it has tainted.
Maybe anytime you could work in taint. Maybe he was just having a weird night.
I don't know. Could have been. He was doing a bunch of coke and had a bunch of ideas that he needed to tell everybody about. Could have been.
I think they're straight edge. At least
that makes it worse.
They used to be back in the day. Huh. All right. Could it be his different colored eyes? Did that maybe throw you off?
Dude, I was way up in the top of Nautica. I couldn't see anybody's eyes.
All right. Well, I don't know.
It's okay.
See, they're hometown guys to me, so I have a certain degree of affection for them just because they go way, way back with a lot of different people that I know. But to your point, shouldn't do so much talking.
Yes. Well, that's why I'm a little nervous to go see Fall Out Boy. Fall Out Boy is my favorite band, and I'm seeing them in June.
But you've seen them before.
No, I haven't.
Well, then you're making my point just with a different band. You've never seen your favorite band live?
I haven't been able to afford them.
Dude, these guys...
And they also don't tour that often.
I know, but 15 years ago, they were playing Warped Tour, for God's sake.
15 years ago, I lived in a hoarder house.
$11 ticket.
15 years ago, I lived in a hoarder house.
And what gets people out of their environment when they live in a terrible situation like that? Their favorite bands.
You're going to give me $11? Where are you getting it from? Because then that means I don't get lunch money the next day.
$11.
I'm just saying.
So am I.
I've never seen my favorite band live.
I've seen super poor kids living in hoarder houses, and they somehow, some way get weed. So you could definitely.
I'm not going to sell my body.
You can thug it out.
I was a Christian.
Sell your body.
Sure,
all the Poundcake's guy friends were selling their body for weed.
It may have been oregano. It might have been something.
Smoke weed every day.
I thought they had weed.
Ziploc full of pencil shavings. I did what for what? Well. Then I hope Fall Out Boy doesn't talk too much.
That's what I mean. It's
I hope they're
scary.
not too. Although judging from every one of their songs, every one of their song titles, there's a chance they're going to be talking a lot.
They're hometown boys. Why don't you support them?
I do, but they're a very verbose band.
We'll see.
What if Rise Against and Fall Out Boy go on the road together? Opposite ends of the spectrum. And they go out.
I'd go see it, but...
It's a lot of stage banter tour.
The mostly banter tour.
I got a break. You want to get the last word in? Send me a text, 351-92630. I'll have another keyword for you to get you $1,000 from the Buzzer Bookie, and then right into your Guardians pregame. 7:05 is the first pitch tonight in New York against the Yankees on MMS.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Eric Dickerson. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
The Guardians will go for a much-needed win tonight. They'll open a series against the Yankees. Cleveland's dropped 2 in a row. They've fallen 2 games below 500. Browns left tackle Jedrick Wills had the 5th-year option on his rookie contract picked up today. That guarantees $14.25 million for 2024. And 6 major U.S. pro sports unions are teaming up to mark May's Mental Health Awareness Month. Their goal is to normalize mental health for athletes. I'm Scott Davidson.
Right now during Staples Free Tech Take-Back, Rewards members get $10 back in Staples Rewards when they recycle their tech. Ends June 3rd. Limit 1 reward per month. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for